And I pray that the content today will do exactly that for us, so that we will move from where we are and move to where we need to be. Amen. And that could be a journey. Amen. Let's rise to our feet as we pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we thank you. Thank you for today, for this is the day that you have made, and we are glad and we are rejoicing in it. Lord, we have come gathered to learn from you. Lord, we pray that you will inspire our speakers in the name of Jesus. Lord, that you will speak through them in the name of Jesus. They have a lot of knowledge over the years that they have gathered. Lord, I pray that the presentation today, Lord, will be such that it is easily comprehensible, or that we can easily comprehend in the mighty name of Jesus. And we thank you for the organizers, the Reverb. Lord, we pray that you will continue to strengthen them and uphold them in Jesus' mighty name. We thank you, our blessed Redeemer, and we declare the meeting open in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. It's time to evolve.
A little louder than that. We all ate, right? Good morning. We have a full, well, most of us have a full stomach, right? So, good morning. So much better. How's everybody doing today? Awesome, awesome. Before we begin anything, we'd like to thank the leaders of this church. That's going to be Pastor Koye Sani and his wife, Pastor Joyce. We'd like to thank you for your impact that you have on us every day, every week. We thank you for allowing us to be able to grow in you and in God. And we'd also like to thank the minister in charge, Pastor Bukung. I don't see him around right now, but please, let's give him a round of applause right now. Oh, he's coming in right now. But before we start. So now we're going to get into the event.
Yeah, so we know Proverbs 27:17 says, as iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another. And that's what we're here to do today. The purpose of Evolve or Reverb is for us to grow. We mentor, we meet every other Thursday, and we read the Bible, we share our experiences with one another, we grow. And I hope you guys have fun doing that. So right now we're going to do something else.
So right now we're just going to do a quick icebreaker. It's just to get to know each other a little bit. It's our spin on two truths and a lie. And because we're at church, we're not going to lie. So we're going to do two truths and a future ambition. So turn to a neighbor next to you, or turn to two neighbors next to you. And in 2 minutes, you have a chance to share. Uncle, there are neighbors around you. Look back, look forward, look to the side. There are neighbors around you. You share two things that have come to pass in your life, and then one thing that is going to come to pass. But the kick is you use it as a present tense, so they don't know which is which, and then you got to tell them which one is which after they try to guess it. Okay? So you have 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes, not 5?
No, we'll give them 2 minutes because we're going to share some of them, okay? Two
perfect.
truths and one future ambition.
All right, let's go.
With a diverse background as an award-winning certified leadership coach, certified management consultant of the International Council of Management Consulting Institutes, behavioral analyst consultant, and an economist by training. With an impressive track record spanning 23 years, he has been instrumental in building human capital across various sectors such as non-profit, faith, military, healthcare, media, private and public sectors. Recognized for his expertise, Odeyemi is a sought-after speaker and trainer that delivers impactful sessions for organizations nationally and internationally. Currently, he serves as the CEO of Inspired to Lead, a reputable leadership training and consulting organization. Odeyemi's commitment to leadership extends beyond his role at Inspired to Lead. He holds key positions as a leadership team member in esteemed organizations such as the African Leadership Council in Washington, D.C., Impact 54, Scotland, and International Council of Friends in Chicago, USA, Citadel Global Ventures, USA, Global Leadership Summit, and Just Center. As a respected professional in his field, Odeyemi is a member of the President's Advisory Council of the Maxwell Leadership Certified Team in the USA. Over the years, he has gained significant professional experience working with several Fortune 100 companies, leaving indelible marks in both the private and public sectors. Benjamin has several professional IT certifications, and he is also a senior consultant in enterprise security and data analytics. Today, he is the president and CEO of Bilken Synergy Incorporated, with offices in USA, Nigeria, and Ghana, among several other flourishing enterprises. His astute business acumen, combined with his passion for innovation, has established him as a respected figure in the industry. At the core of his success, however, is his family. He is blessed to share his journey with his beautiful wife, Beatrice. Together, they are the proud parents of 2 children, cherishing the joys and challenges of parenthood. Stella Nweliko works from home as a technical support specialist. She has multiple business streams, handles shipping services with DHL and UPS. She also has a cosmetic line where she sells accessories, lashes, lip glosses, and many more via the website esbeautyvenue.com. She is intentional about family, her space, and her business. Timothy Usman is a seasoned professional with significant leadership experience in various capacities. Throughout his career, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership skills and a track record of driving positive change and achieving impactful results. Dr. Usman's commitment to personal development is evident in his educational achievements and participation in leadership training programs. He has undergone leadership and coaching training and programs with renowned institutions such as the Maxwell Leadership, Better Ways Coaching and Consulting Academy, National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies (NIPSS), Swedish Tax Agency for an international capacity building program in Sweden and Rwanda, and project development in the UK, amongst others. His academic research is on governance and accountability. These have made him to focus on positive impact by influencing others to pay attention to driving transformation and making the world a better place. Dr. Usman is a member of esteemed professional bodies in Nigeria, UK, and US. His association with these organizations reflects his commitment to professional excellence and his engagement with
Come on, good morning, everybody. I'm excited to be here. I want to first of all start by thanking Pastor Koye for giving us the opportunity to stand on this platform. We do not take it for granted, and we trust that we will all leave here better than we came. I want to start with a very, very quick story. But before I share my story, I want you to ask your neighbor to tell you why they are here. Just ask your neighbor, why are you here? And they should give you a response. Why are you here? Has your neighbor given you a response? Okay, so let me hear some of the responses. Why are you here? Okay, some people are still finding out why they're here. Are you ready? Okay, so why is your neighbor here? She's here to learn. Okay, great. Yes, sir. Okay, great. Anybody else wants to share? Yes, sir. She's here for the information. Great. Yes, sir.
She wants to expand her knowledge, and he wants to learn how to set up a business.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I believe you're in the right place. But let me start by a quick story. It's a story of an old man and a young man. The old man decided to take the young man on a boat ride on a lake. And while they were on that boat ride, the old man asked the young man, "Do you know anything about botany, about plants?" And he said, "No." He said, "Well, you've just lost 25% of your life." He showed him a rock. "Do you know anything about geology?" And he said, "No." He said, "Well, you've just lost another 25% of your life." So 25 plus 25 equals what? Okay. All of a sudden, story has it, the stars of the night came out. And he says, "Young man, do you know anything about stars, astronomy?" And he said, "No." He said, "You've just lost another 25% of your life." So that's how many percent? And the young man looked very discouraged. I don't know anything about rocks, stars, plants, geology, all those scientific and technical things. And so I've lost 75% of my life. Now, the story has it that there was a dam by the lake, and all of a sudden the dam broke. And the water began to rush where their boat was. And the young man turned to the old man and said, "Old man, do you know how to swim?" He said, "No." He said, "You've just lost all your life." You've just lost your life. Now, the moral of the story is this. The things that cause us to thrive and succeed in life are very simple things. And a lot of times, we can miss out on the simplicity of things that are required for success and significance. And at the end of the day, we struggle and we drown in the tsunami of challenges that life throws at us. And so throughout this conference, we want to share, all the speakers, we got to spend time with Ben, Timothy, and I. Hopefully we get to spend time with Stella too before her own session. And just brainstorming on how we can just add value to you. But I want to say that the return on your investment of your time being here is going to be a product of you applying what you hear immediately. Something happened on Sunday that really encouraged me. I had the privilege to speak at the Maxwell Leadership Conference in Orlando. Very big opportunity. I happened to be the only Nigerian standing on that platform and got to speak immediately after Dr. John C. Maxwell. And so it was a great honor to speak after my mentor and to just share the platform with him. But beyond that honor of sharing the stage with the giants in the industry is after we shared, because I had a co-presenter, a colleague of mine that we did the training together with, we threw out a call to action. Now, this was a room of high-capacity leaders globally, people with 7-figure, 8-figure incomes, 6 figures, 7-figure, 8-figure, maybe even 9 figures globally, who want to take their businesses to the next level. And we gave a call to action. And a lady who was there applied because the challenge was we told them in 24 hours, apply the things you have learned. Make certain calls in 24 hours. And a lady did that, and she sent a feedback on the platform. She did what we said, and she had closed a deal with the vice president of a particular company, simply because she responded immediately to the information that had come to her. So the challenge I want to assure you this. Information is not going to be scarce here throughout today. But where the gap is your commitment to apply. And not just apply, but apply immediately. So I want to throw the 24-hour rule to you also. That when you hear information coming from the stage, make a commitment to apply at least one thing you hear within the next 24 hours. And I guarantee you will return with results. Because a lot of the things we will share today may not be news to you, but what will make a difference is your commitment to apply the things that you've heard. Now, what do you see in my hand? Anybody? Yes? What? Ship? Okay, anybody else? Okay, these are 2 napkins. One is from Southwest Airlines, my favorite American airline. It may not be yours, but it's mine. And I'll tell you why. I just love the story behind Southwest. I just love their culture, their business culture. Okay? The other is for another airline. I won't mention their name. But it starts with a U. Okay. You are not meant to mention their name. Now, one says, the best of ideas are born on napkins. The other says, throw away your napkin, not your miles. Same napkin, 2 different messages. In 1971, the founder and the owner of Southwest Airlines had a napkin like this, and he drew a triangle, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston. He wanted to start an airline that would cover these 3 locations. Today, Southwest has about 4,000 flights every single day. The whole dream began on a napkin. I've kept this napkin. This is a new one, but I have one that is very old, and I go around with it as a reminder that every dream is valid if the owner of the dream will do what it takes to put that dream to the test. Now, my goal today, I don't know, where's the pointer? I can't seem to see the pointer, okay. And the timer to help me because it's still showing me 36 minutes over there. If I can have the pointer, it will help me to. So we're looking at evolving leadership in a continually changing world. Write down this statement. You've heard it before, but write it down. Everything rises and falls on leadership. Every single thing in your life rises and falls on leadership. So what it simply means is this. If my leadership abilities are 7/10, no matter how hard I work, I can never get results beyond 6/10. My leadership abilities have put a lid on how effective and efficient I will be in whatever I do. Whether it's from the bedroom to the boardroom, as a father, as a mother, an employee, an employer, your leadership abilities have put a lid on your success. And so whether you're in the IT industry like Shehu, for example, the reason why people like Steve Jobs stood out was not because of their technical abilities, because they find out that a lot of the ideas that made Apple what it is today were not even Steve Jobs' ideas. But he had leadership abilities that could translate an idea into something that became a movement. And so from industry to industry, you find out that those who stand out, who become trailblazers, are those who understand what it means to be leaders in that field, but they are very generic things that have to do with every industry. And I want to use an acronym I've been working on for about a year right now. And this is the first place I'll be teaching it. I've taught it in small groups. I was invited to speak at a conference in Kansas City, Missouri in March, but due to some weather situation, the conference had to be rescheduled. And so I didn't teach it there, so I'm teaching it here in San Antonio. Mind you, I'm based in Nigeria. I live in Nigeria. I live in a city called Jos, somewhere the north central of Nigeria, okay, where Ben happened to be based many years ago. He grew up in Jos. Now, I shared that to also say this, that they asked concerning Jesus, can any good thing come out of Nazareth? I live in Jos, but I have opportunities all over the world to influence lives because the principles are universal. When you learn to work on your leadership abilities, there are no barriers, there are no boundaries to the impact, the influence, and the income you can make. It's just amazing. So, very simple things. I heard as Pastor was praying that the things we will share will be things that are simple enough for you to understand so you can apply them. Because my philosophy is this. The simpler the process is, the more likely people will apply it, and the more likely they'll be consistent in doing it. And the businesses that make money today are the ones that simplify the process. The more complicated the process is in any system, the more likely people will not follow the process. The more likely people will not buy into the process. Okay, I'm talking because I'm still waiting for the pointer. Okay, except you want to change it from there. Are you going to go ahead and help me from there? Okay, please go ahead. The next slide, please. So we're looking at evolving leadership. Can we say it together, evolving leadership? So, leadership that evolves. This was my word for the year 2 years ago. Every year I have a word. And 2 years ago, I host an annual leadership conference that brings people from the public and the private sector together. We just come for 8 hours to just listen, learn, lean in together so we can lead more effectively for the next year. So it's in January. And so the theme was evolving leadership. Because they tell us that from the 1950s to date, leadership has evolved at least 6 times. The way people lead and the way people want to be led has evolved. And so if you're trying to lead people in the 21st century, in the year 2023, the way you try to lead them before COVID, you will discover that you're going to have a pushback. You're not going to get the same results. So your leadership must evolve. Now, if you look at that picture on the screen, what do you see? What there? 2 people swim. Someone is swimming, it's looking like fun. The other person is drowned. The same water, but different experiences. And what's the difference? And that's what I'm about to share with you, the acronym SWIM. So you can write it down. It's an acronym, the S. And because of the little time we have together, I'll just talk a little bit about a few of the points under the S, the W and the I and the M, So, same water, different experience. And that's the story of a lot of people in business, a lot of people working in the same office. One is thriving, the other is struggling for survival. What's the difference? The same environment, the same city, the same country, while others are complaining about what's going on, others are thriving. And for those of us who are people of faith, I'm a person of faith and a follower of Jesus, it says that when others say there's a casting down, our story is meant to be that there's a lifting up. But for us to have that experience, it means that there's something that we're doing differently. Next slide, please. Who knows what ship this is? Yes, so 1912, I believe, the Titanic sank. It was meant to be the most indestructible ship. But in my opinion, I think he dared God, that even God cannot sink this one. That's just my own humble opinion. Okay? Because like they say that the Titanic was built by experts while the ark was built by amateurs. The ark did not sink, but the Titanic sank. But that's not the story I want to even share. In this ship, among those who drowned was a very wealthy man and his son. Now, if you go to the next slide, you discover that there's a memorial concerning them in Harvard University. Because after they drowned, the wife of the man and the mother of the boy, one of the people that drowned, gave money to Harvard University. I think it was $100 million at that time to build their library. And because I'm doing a course with Harvard now, we went to Harvard together just to explore the environment. I like to just be in places physically to just see and learn. It's an online program, but I wanted to go there physically. And hearing this story also inspired this curriculum I'm working on the swim. After she gave the money, one of the conditions she gave to Harvard University was that everyone that comes into Harvard must learn how to swim. And that happened from that point till maybe the late 70s when the government changed the policy to give people the liberty to learn how to swim or not. She wanted them to learn a skill that could ensure that in case they found themselves in a situation where her husband and her son found themselves, they would survive. They would have a chance for survival. And so that was one of there were 3 conditions, but the one that is relevant to our own training today is the fact that everyone that goes through Harvard will learn how to swim. Now, tell the person seated beside you, he's here to teach us how to swim. Now, ask anybody, do you know how to swim? Just ask them, do you really know how to swim? Now, let me see your hand up if you know how to swim. Hands up. Some people's hands are halfway. Okay, now, those of you that your hands are up, if you've swum in the last 1 month, lift up your hand. If you swam in the last 2 weeks, lift your hand up. The last 1 week. Okay, only 1 person, 2 people standing there. It's important that we all learn how to swim. I was listening to my mentor, Dr. John C. Maxwell, share how before he came for our conference that we just finished a couple of days ago, while he was swimming, an idea came to him. And he came and shared that idea with us. That it is a multi-million idea that has already generated within the conference, all the millions that they were trying to generate to do a project was actually accomplished over there. The idea came while he was swimming. A lot happens while you are swimming, okay? I had not swum in a very long time, but as part of my research work towards this presentation, I went swimming in Chicago. I drank small water, Sha. Okay, next slide, please. Now, the Drucker says something, and I'd like you to take note of this statement, that the 21st century is filled with change, competition, and complexity. The 21st, that's why evolving leadership is crucial. The 21st, because you find yourself just having a position as father, mother, team lead with zero influence. And in the 5 levels of leadership, the lowest level of leadership is positional leadership. Unfortunately, that's where people flex their muscles. They have a title, they have a position, but they don't have influence. So Peter Drucker, the father of modern day management, says the 21st century is filled with change. There's lots of competition. And there are complexities everywhere. And it's our responsibility to learn how to swim through the change. Swim through the competition. And swim through the complexities. Let's move ahead. Now, how many of you know Wayne Gretzky? Okay, he was more like the GOAT of ice hockey. So what Michael Jordan was to basketball, what Lionel Messi is to soccer, soccer is what people call it over here. We call it football back home in Nigeria. Okay, that's what he was to ice hockey. And he says this very profound. They were asking him, what's the secret of your success? He says, I skate to where the puck is going to be, not where it has been. I have an ability to see where the puck is going to be, and that's where I move. That's why I'm able to score so many goals. Let's move ahead. Now, it says our understanding of leadership has evolved over the last 6 decades. The way people expect leaders to lead has changed. The way people expect leaders to lead has changed. Take note of that. Our culture here has experienced at least 4 different leadership styles since 1950. And let's move ahead and see what the 4 are. Well, the first one is the military commander. If you notice, even in America here, many of the past presidents were people who were in the army. And they came in with that style of leadership. Is obey before complain. They just throw instructions. Many of us, even at home, are still leading as commanders. You're trying to lead teenage children as a commander. Or you're trying to lead your younger ones as a teenager as commander. It doesn't work again. Then he moved to the CEO style of leadership. There's a common vision and all of that, and we're all working towards it. It gets some level of results. Then we move to the coaching style. But he says right now we're at the stage where it's more like the poet and the gardener. Where you are trying to bring symphony between processes. And people are buying into a process. And you grow together. You evolve together. Why are we sharing this? We're talking about evolve. We're not truly evolving if our style of doing things is not evolving. And that's why I felt it's very important to bring this to your awareness. That the leadership style has evolved over the years. All 4 styles still exist. But the goal is for you to get a maximum return on the investment of your time, your energy, your money, as an individual. Like I said, this is a whole curriculum. I just have 30 minutes. Let's move ahead. So I can't dig deep into this. But I just want to give you food for thought. Now I have a case study because I always like to look for case studies. This is my friend General Scott. General Scott is a retired 2-star general in the U.S. Air Force. And he grew to the very top in his own field. After ending as a U.S. general, military commander, he became a U.S. ambassador. After serving as an ambassador, he eventually went into the business space where he operates right now, and also as a coach. So he happens to be one of my mentors right now. The first picture you see there with me and him was in March this year, and the second picture is in August this year. Because like you will see in one of my points on learning how to swim, I'll talk more on this. But when we talk about seeing evolving leadership, I've seen that in the life of Scott. No wonder his influence hasn't gone down and he's making impact because his style of leadership has evolved as the years have gone by. Next slide, please. Now, you're going to fly through this, but just go to the next slide. I'm not going to talk about this. How many of you are aware that LG, how many of you know LG? They began business selling body creams. They were more like a cosmetic. If Stella was here, maybe she'll tell us, But they evolved. If your business will not die, it must evolve. LG began by selling face cream. Next one, quickly. How many of you know Shell? My petroleum engineer. Shell began by a company selling decorative shells. Shells, as his name is, shells from the seashore. things for interior deco, but evolved to become this mega oil and gas company. Somebody say evolve. Tap your neighbor and say evolve, 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 evolve. Next one. Western Union. Telegraph message. But they are the leading one when it comes to money transfer now globally. But that's not what they began as. So it's okay to begin as something, but you must not remain as that thing. And that's what leadership does for you. It helps you to keep evolving till you reach your full potential. Somebody said, and I agree with him, that potential is God's gift to you. What you do with your potential is your gift to God. So evolving has to do with growing to your full potential. There's still so much on the inside of all of us. Look at this. It began as a dream on a napkin, 1971. 3 flights a day, San Antonio, Houston, and Dallas. Now 4,000 flights a day. Thousands of employees, multi-billions in revenue every year. Next slide. Apple's shift was when they began to focus on handheld devices. That's where the money is coming from. They just reinvented themselves from just computers towards handheld devices. They had to evolve. And if you Google right now in the stock exchange, the number one company in the world, about $2.49 trillion, is Apple. What began on the 1st of April 1976 as an idea in the heads of 3 men has evolved. Next one. National Geographic just began as a magazine in 1888. It has evolved. Right now, Disney has bought them. They're into movies and all kinds of things. It keeps evolving. Tell your neighbor, evolve. The next one. I like this one. This is more like the IBM of India. I mean, they have 220,000 employees. They began by selling vegetable oil to village women. How can a company begin in rural India selling vegetable oil, not to the high class, the low class, Indian housewives, and evolve to this IT giant? Somebody say evolve. Somebody say it louder, evolve. Next slide, please. So we're going to look at what I call swim, and I'm going to fly through this because of time. How many people are learning something here? If you're learning anything, let me see your hand. If you're not learning anything, let me see your hand also. It's okay to be truthful. You're in the house of God. Tell the person seated beside you, he wants to teach us how to swim. So we can evolve. So we can evolve. Like I said, it's okay to start as something. You don't have to remain that thing. If you're not going to be drowned by the competition, the change, the complexity, you need to learn how to evolve. There's more on the inside of you. Let's move to the next slide, please. So the S, in the swim, there's several meanings for the S, but the first one is skills. Write it down, skills. Somebody say skills. Somebody say skills. I mean, why did I go back and enroll for a course at Harvard University and pay so much money? Because there are certain skills that I require to operate in certain spaces that I'm finding myself. And I don't just want to have a seat at the table. I want to have a voice at the table. It's possible to have a seat at the table without a voice at the table. So if you're going to successfully swim through the change, the complexity, the competition that the 21st century presents in every industry, The S in swim, one of them is skills. They are required skills that you need for a seat at the table, but also a voice at the table, regardless of the color of your skin, your age, your gender. Thank you, sir. A miracle just happened. I'll tell you later. Tell your neighbor skills. Say neighbor skills. Help me ask your neighbor, do you have the right skills for the tables you are praying for God to take you to? Skills. Let's go to the next slide. Now, this is research from the World Economic Forum, and I like to always do things based on research data, not just opinions. It says 50% of all employees will need to reskilling by 2025. That regardless of the industry where you operate right now, by 2025, 50% of all employees will need to reskill. What it means that the skills you have right now will not be enough to keep you at the table and give you a voice at the table. That's why this event is holding. So what are those skills that are required? Because you have a dream. There's a table where you are praying that you will sit down, that God will prepare a table for you in the presence of your enemies. You know, it's easy to pray for these things, but if you lack the skills that are required to operate in those spaces, you find yourself embarrassed out of those places. 50%. Next slide, please. Now, so these are the top 10 skills for 2025. And I'd like you to identify some of them. This is from the World Economic Forum. So number one is what? Let's read it again. Number one is what? Okay. 2 is what? 3 is what? 4? 5? 6? Next. Next. 8 or 9. And last but not the least. So these are, and it can be just be categorized into 4 groups: problem solving, self-management, working with people, technology use, and development. So you want a space at the table, a voice at the table. Before 2025, ensure that you master some of these skills that are required for the kind of work that you are doing. There's a science and there's an art behind each of them. Next slide, please. So what is the share of women in jobs of tomorrow? So 12%, cloud computing, data and AI 26%, marketing 40%, sales 37%, content production 57%, people and culture 65%, product development 35%. Now, so as a woman here, you can find, thank you, sir. You can find your place at the table and your voice at the table by building skills around these areas. That's why, as a parent, I have 3 teenage daughters. As much as I will not control them, I will guide them on where the world is going to in the future. So you don't just pick a course to study that is going to be useless and not be relevant to the future. So it means you're not relevant to the future. That even if you get a job, which is a place at the table, you don't have a voice at the table. I don't just want to sit at the table. I want a voice at the table. I hope our women are seeing. The next slide, please. So it gives job landscape by 2025. New jobs will emerge, others will be displaced by a shift in the division of labor between humans and machines, affecting. So growing job in demand. Number one is what? Let's do this quickly. Number one is what? Okay, so this is in demand. Okay, 2 is what? 3 is what? 4 is what? 5 is what? 6 is what? 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, so even if you're not going to major on them, you still need to learn something about it, one of these ones. Because it simply means that by 2025, these are where the opportunities are going to begin to be. Now, look at where it's declining. Number 1 is what? Let's be louder. Number 1 is what? 2 is what? 3 is what? Sorry, Dr. Timothy. You know, he's the accounting guru and tax guru. Okay. Number 4 is what? 5 is what? 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Help me ask your neighbor. Let me talk in King James language. What seest thou? Just ask them, what seest thou? Next slide, please. So, reskilling needs. 40% of current workers' core skills are expected to change in the next 5 years. 40%. So the S in swim stands for what? Skills. Skills, skills. And I've given you database information. If not, you will drown in the tsunami of change, of competition, of complexity. You'll just be a shooting star. It is easier to succeed than to stay successful. It is easier to get to the top of the mountain than to stay on the top of the mountain. And one of the reasons why people get there and they become like shooting stars, they are not reskilling. They become complacent and comfortable with where they are, with past glory. We will talk more about that when we talk about career development and the rest. The next slide. So, it's very easy that between now and December, you can reskill. Tell your neighbor that. Between now and December, you can reskill. So see, time needed to start building new skills online in jobs for tomorrow. 1 to 2 months. People and culture, content writing, sales, marketing skills. It can take you 2 months to get the basic skills you require to begin to have a voice at the table. When it comes to product development and data and AI skills, 2 to 3 months. Cloud computing and engineering skills, 4 to 5 months. So what it simply means, you don't have to push it to 2024. This thing is saying is very interesting. I will plan my New Year's resolution for 2024. No, we're saying today. Say today. That between now and December, I'm going to reskill to position myself to have a seat at the table and a voice at the table come 2025. I'm preparing for the future. Don't wait till tomorrow. Start now. Let's move ahead. Let's read this statement together. Learning how to learn is life's most important skill. Next slide, please. Can we read this together one more time? Because many of you have things on your resume that will not be useful in 2025. So we've shown you what the skills are. And I'm so happy for some of you who are here based on my conversations with you. And I'm going to make you my friend. Because I want to be friends with people who are going to be relevant in the future. Let's move on. The next one is systems, under S. And I'm not going to talk much about this, maybe sometime in the future, but we need to have the systems that will sustain the success. James Clear said, next slide, and I like this statement. He says, we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems. What it simply means is this, my friend, is that by the end of this conference, you need to come up with a system that is going to help you to get these skills. It's not enough to have a goal. Okay, by December, I would have got computing skills, cloud skills. What's the system you're going to put in place to ensure that the goal is accomplished? And one of the challenges I give to the leaders of Reverb is this. All the things you will share in this conference, you need to discuss them in small groups and hold each other accountable week after week. We came, we spent our time, we spent our money and all of that, our energy. There must be return on investment. Next slide. The next one, the S there is, what do you need to stop doing? I tell people your stop to-do list is as important as your to-do list. And we all know that when there is turbulence on the sea, what the people do that they make it lighter, there are things they throw off the boat. That is a weight at that point in time. There are things that you must stop doing from today. In your business, in your personal life, in your professional life, you must stop them. For somebody here, maybe you spend too much time on Netflix. You're going to invest that time on Netflix to reskill. Those 1 hour, 2 hours that you go from season 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 till you finish. If it's your neighbor I'm talking about, just. So the S in swim stands for what? Number 1 is what? Number 2 is what? Number 3 is what? Let's move ahead. So the W stands for work. The word work is a nice word. But when we talk about work, when it has to do with your leadership, is the next slide, the 80-20 principle. This is what I want you to do before the end of this month. You need to find out the 20% of your work that produces 80% of the results. We were talking yesterday with Pastor, and he said it casually, but it stuck with me, and it's true. It's not all busyness that is productive. I tell people you can be busy and not be in business. And so our work, the way we work must change after this conference. The research shows, anybody who knows the Pareto principle, it is only 20% of the work that you do that produces 80% of the results. Now, it's common sense, which is not too common nowadays, that helps you to focus 80% of your time on 20% on what produces 80% of the results. It's the same thing in a church. It's 20% of the workforce that does 80% of the work. And so when they see pastor close to certain people and they feel he has favorites, no, that's the 20% that is carrying the weight. And it's just common sense that he should focus on those 20% that carry 80% of the load. So we're saying if you're going to swim through the competition, the complexity, things demanding your time, your energy, your money, you need to narrow it down. And it begins with your stop-to-do list that helps you to know what you're going to focus on when it has to do with work. For those of us who are students of the Bible, you remember Acts chapter 6. It says we must give ourselves to two things. They found the 20% that produces 80% of the results. They said we will give ourselves to prayer and the ministry of the word. We will not be distracted by serving tables. We will delegate that to other people and let that be their own 20%. But we found our own 20%. It's the same thing in every place. I know the culture is a bit different here in the U.S., but one of the best nurturers I've ever found is my wife. When my wife traveled to the U.S. for a course some years back and left me with my three daughters, we had no one helping us. They were the one cooking, cleaning, washing, everything. That's why I said when they're getting married, the person who's going to marry them has to pay serious dowry. Because there will be a gift to him. They know how to hold a home because they've been trained by their mother. And my wife is 95% not in the kitchen. Nigeria is not like America where a lot of things are processed. You can just throw in the microwave and be on the go. You cook from scratch. But these teenage girls know how to do everything from A to Z. So she can focus on other things. What is the 20%? And you can see from that picture, the weight of the 20 is more than the 80, isn't it? Unfortunately, the irony is that we think that by being busy and having a lot on our plate, it means that a lot is getting done. No, it's only 20%. When you're swimming with too much weight, what happens? The likelihood that you will drown. So you need to just get that weight off. Focus only on the 20% if you will swim. Next slide, please. The next thing is what I call watch. If you're going to successfully lead and swim through the change, the complexity, the competition in every industry, you must be one who has their eyes open, watching for trends. Where is the world going in my industry? And that's why attending professional conferences is crucial, where the juggernauts and the best brains in your industry will gather and rub minds on ideas. You must be in the room. Pay the money. Pay the thousands of dollars. Some of us pay thousands of dollars twice a year to be in the room here in the U.S. I come here for that conference every year, twice a year. Because the ideas on leadership globally, and the leaders, they're in that room. I attend 2 major leadership conferences every year. Next slide, because I'm watching. Where is the world going? And so this gives you a mega trend from 2020 to 2030. I won't be able to talk about this right now, but you can take a screenshot of this. It just gives you a picture on where the world. Now, one key thing is here. It says, water crisis is #1 global risk. I was watching a video that was done by, I think it was the BBC some time back, and it said in the future we're going to have wars over water. It's not going to be over oil. Look at it there. It's the #1. So now if you're a business person and you're thinking about how you can position yourself for the future, there's going to be the #1 global crisis is going to be a water crisis. How can we position our business to be able to solve this problem? But these are the trends for the future and the opportunities that it has as you are watching as a swimmer. Let's move ahead. So the I, we've looked at the S, we've looked at the W. We want to look at the I. And this comes to what we call inspection. We've constantly said, and I'm sure you've heard the statement, that we don't get what we expect. We get what we inspect. That's why you will see in the other one, this monitoring and evaluation is a major industry. M&E. Because we don't get what we expect. There must be people who are monitoring and they are evaluating. That's what happened to the Titanic. If you've heard the story, the warning was coming. There's an iceberg. There's an iceberg. The captain kept ignoring what was being said. And by the time he decided to adjust, the ship was too big. He began to navigate to avoid the iceberg, but because of its size, they still hit the iceberg. Next slide. So it's important that you are constantly inspecting your life personally, inspecting the work you are doing with a microscope to see what people naturally cannot see. Because experience is not the best teacher. Evaluated experience is the best teacher. If experience was the best teacher, we won't keep making the same mistakes again and again and again. It's because we don't pause to inspect, to evaluate. Now, so the importance of monitor and evaluate. One, it provides constant feedback on the extent on which the projects were achieving and their goals. So there's constant feedback. There's real-time feedback. And we know the importance of real-time. We can identify potential problems at the early stage. We can monitor, and the rest, you have it all there. But just take a screenshot. Say, I will inspect my personal life, my work life, my family life. I will inspect. The next one. I like this one. One of the ways to swim through the change, the complexity, the competition is interaction. You're here in the US. It's very important that you are interacting with the culture. You're not being conformed to the culture, but you can't afford to isolate and build walls. Because you're meant to be salt and light, and salt is only relevant inside the food. If I ask you how many friends do you have that don't share your views, your color, and the rest? Thank you. Interaction. Networking is another word. They asked Aristo Onassis that married Jackie Kennedy, if you lose all your money today, what will you do? He said, I will simply go to where rich people gather. My money will flow back to me. He said there's an energy and ideas that flows from interacting with people that operate at a certain level. He that walks with the wise shall be, a companion of fools shall be destroyed. It takes iron to sharpen iron. Next slide. So for me, this is one of my greatest secrets. This is Scott again. First of all, you see, when you begin to interact with people with the right motives. We first met with Scott in a restaurant. He came to pick me up at my hotel at the Marriott in Orlando. We went for breakfast. The second time we met, he came to pick me where we were and took me to his house. This was on his boat a few weeks ago. And has introduced me to his wife. Now, it simply means some level of trust has been built. And the conversations that are going on with somebody, he was special advisor to Obama. He was the one who actually, when they were having a Democratic convention to announce Obama to run for president, he's the one who announced him when Obama came on stage. His book that I'm holding there, it was Jimmy Carter that wrote the foreword of the book. Now, so if you're interacting with somebody at that frequency, the kind of ideas that you're getting and the counsel, move ahead, let's move ahead. Next slide, please. Tell your neighbor, interact. Say, neighbor, who are your friends? Say, neighbor, if you tell me your friends, I can tell you where you're going to be in the future. I don't do this to name drop. I do this to show you that I'm practicing what I'm teaching you. That I ensure that I'm placing myself in rooms where I'm the least person in the room. So whether it's engaging with Joel Austin and having a one-to-one deep conversation, or engaging with Rick Warren, or engaging with my mentor, or Senator Inhofe, or General Scott, or our former U.S. Nigerian ambassador to the U.S. while he was still serving here, or Governor David Beasley, who won the Nobel Prize, and the rest. It's just to place myself in an environment where I'm interacting with people that I will ensure I keep swimming through the tsunamis of life. Because you've heard it before, your network determines what? The whole idea is not to get money from them, but you're having conversations that you would never have. And you're finding yourself at tables beyond your imagination. Okay, so you may not play golf, but you sign up in a golf club where they gather. And you buy a bottle of water and you drink the water there. But there are conversations that are going on there. Things that you will not hear hanging out in your neighborhood. Tell your neighbor, interact. If you don't want to drown. Next slide, please. Let's read this together very quickly. Yeah, I tell people it's not about collecting cards, it's about building relationships. Long-lasting relationships. Next slide, please. The next one is integrity. So once you're interacting with people, if you lose integrity, you will drown in any business. Next slide. Very crucial. Next slide. I hope someone is learning something. Now, trust is the currency we spend in life and leadership. If you lose trust and your leadership is what? Bankrupt. I take it again. Trust is the currency we spend in life and leadership. Lose trust and your leadership is bankrupt. So as you begin to interact with people, just ensure as a leader, just as a follower, that you build and maintain trust. Don't abuse the privilege to be at the table or to have a voice at the table. Next slide. So, as we're getting set to wrap up, the M talks about your mission. So if you're going to swim, don't lose sight of what your mission is. Why did you go into business? Why do you have that leadership position in church? I always ask myself why. What is my motive for doing what I'm doing? What's my mission? Next slide. Because if the mission is wrong, there will be problems. Mentorship. If you're going to successfully swim through the tsunamis, you need to have mentors. Who is your mentor? And so from interaction with people, you're able to get a pool of mentors. And you can't have just one mentor. Financial mentors, business mentors, if you're in ministry mentors, mentors for different areas of your life. No one man or woman has the capacity to be your mentor for everything. Isaac Newton says, if we have seen any, for the next slide, it's because we have stood on the shoulders of giants. So I stand here today not as somebody who is well accomplished. I've just had shoulders that I have stood on. To see further, to see faster. Whose shoulders are you standing on? Next slide, please. He says, if I have seen further than others, it is by standing upon the shoulders of giants. That's what mentors are. Next slide. Me and my mentor, Dr. John C. Maxwell. What's going on the first picture? For many years, I've followed John, over 20 years, receiving information. I told John, I don't just want information, I want impartation. Impart upon me that same spirit of leadership that is upon you. And that's what John was doing there, putting his hands on my head, imparting that spirit, and speaking words over my life. I stand upon his shoulders. The opportunities I have globally are beyond me. I'm not qualified. But because I'm standing upon the shoulders of somebody, I'm there. Let's move ahead as we get set to wrap up. Last but not the least, our methods keep evolving. I tell people we are firm with our mission, but we are flexible with the methods. Tell your neighbor, firm with the mission, flexible with the method. Next slide, flexible with the method. Firm with the mission, flexible with the methods. I do hope with these little words I have not confused you. But I place in your hands some practical things that you can use to improve your leadership so that you can see your dreams come to fruition. Tap your neighbor and say, neighbor, it's time to evolve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Amen. Man, you guys got to clap for this guy, man. Oh, man, he deserves a standing ovation. I'm not just saying that. He definitely does. And I'll be honest with you, I kind of underestimated him, though. My fault? The joke's on me. So I was like standing there listening to him like, dang, this guy's good, man. So you guys can have a seat. But thank you so much, sir, man. I'm so blessed. We're all blessed. We're all blessed, sir. I'm not just trying to flatter you. If you know me, I don't flatter people. I'll tell you the way it is. So I really appreciate it, man. So the next, our next session will be with our beloved Ben and Stella. So I would like you to put your hand together as we invite Ben and Stella. We have a few sessions. We're going to be asking them questions about business. So while I'm asking them questions, I would like you to compile your questions as well, okay? Ben and Stella, please join me on stage. I'm going to be here. You guys can sit anywhere you want. Feel comfortable, please. Amen. I'm not going to be having a static if I sit here, right? All right. Okay, I'm going to sit here. So I hope you guys are having fun because you have to be proud of yourself right now. You're part of the 1% of people that showed up. There's a reason we have a 1%er in the world because majority of people don't show up. Majority of the battle is won when you show up. So we're going to be doing this and having fun. I'm going to be asking you guys tough questions about business. Don't worry. You guys have been there already. Some of us have not, so bear with me. All right. So first of all, let's go with you, Ben. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into business? And then we'll go to Stella.
Thank you very much. So I guess there was a miscommunication with the organizers. So I was thinking I'm just going to come here, talk to you guys about my journey and everything, but it seems it's taken a different dimension. So I already jotted some few points here. You know, I wanted to talk for like 10, 20 minutes, tell you about my story. But, yeah, I'm still going to try and do it. So, all right. So what I planned initially was just to come here and tell you my story, okay? Then from my story, probably you'll be able to pick one or two things from the story. Yeah, so briefly, I actually came into the U.S. 2009, to be precise, November 22nd. I think the flight was from Lagos, Nigeria to Frankfurt, and I landed in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, so on my way home, that's my host. I was kind of saying, "Wow, this is a very beautiful." That was actually my first time of traveling out of Nigeria, 2009, and I was looking at all the wonderful things, the road, the highways, and everything. So there was one thing he told me, which I still hold up to today. And he told me that, hey, Ben, this is a land of opportunities, okay? But that the first obstacle you're going to encounter are your own people. I was kind of saying, wow, my own people. Yes. He said they would tell you that you cannot succeed in this country if you don't do a particular kind of job, He said they'll try to bring you down. They'll tell you all different things. So, but I want to tell you today that you can be anything you want to be in this country. That's what he told me, and I still remember that word. Amen. Up to today. Okay? So, fast forward from Atlanta, Georgia, we spent a month at his house. Then we moved to Cincinnati, Ohio. Now, before I came to U.S., I was doing good in Nigeria. I would consider myself a just small, young millionaire. Yeah, I was having millions, having different business and investment. So, but I made some bad investments, which actually almost brought me down to my knees. So, but thank God my wife came in then, and we put heads together. And when I was coming to US, I think I came with $5,000 or $7,000. I have to sell I have borehole drilling. I drill in Nigeria. Then I sold it. In fact, it was on the last day of we coming to US that the buyer came in and, he paid the money and we came with $7,000. So I left Georgia, went to Ohio. On getting to Ohio, I was staying with one of my friend's wife, and she gave me one of her old, I think it's Chevy Malibu or something, That was the only car we had. So I started working. I came with Visa Lottery, so I have my green card and everything. So it was kind of rosy. So I'll try and summarize the story. It was a long story, but I just have to summarize it. Now, I was using the car, and then there was a time for me to actually get my own car. Okay? All the naira that I converted to dollar, everything, before you know anything, everything was gone. So, and we needed to buy a car. Me and my wife were working just like every other person. I was earning $8.50 per hour, But luckily, we got working at the same place with my wife. So we have our firstborn. So first time, she was still little, Eniola. So we happened to be working at the same place. And so what happened is that with one car that was borrowed, I have to put Eniola in the back seat, take my wife to work. I will be with Eniola at home, always crying. I have to go back again, pick my wife. Once I'm picking her up, she goes into the car, I enter the house, continue with the job. So we're doing that, $8.50. But I started thinking, is this how my life is going to be in this country? That things have to change, I have to evolve, So I started looking at business opportunities. And the first place they took me to was a junkyard. So I wanted to buy a car for myself. But, I don't have all the money to buy those big cars. And they took me to a junkyard. So immediately we got to the junkyard, first time. And they told me that, hey, you can go inside, look for any car, look for any part, take it out, go to the front office and make payment. And I said, this country, you mean I can go in here, pick out any part of the car, go to the front and make payment? They said, yes. So I went in, I saw a car, but I don't have enough money, So I said, okay, I'm going to come back. Now, Odeyemi was talking about interaction, meeting people, networking. I know a lot of people here would tell me that, hey, I don't want to go to Nigerian church. I don't want to interact myself with these things. They just want to be alone. But I'm telling you, that's where I actually made a lot of friends. That's where I got a lot of business ideas from. It was an eye-opener. Now, I don't have enough money, remember. So there was this thrift program they're doing in that church. If you know thrift, Ajo, in Igbo, is it Esusu? Or, yeah. Yeah, Esusu. Yeah, so they say, oh, hey, Ben, since you're just coming, what we're going to do is that we give you the first number so that you can use it to buy your car. Now, so I went back to the junkyard, I bought the car, and we fixed it. It was an accident car. We fixed it, and then we started driving the car, And the Isuzu has no interest, You just have to return it at the right time. Now, a few days later, okay, I took my wife to, I'm not sure if it's McDonald's or somewhere, and I entered that eatery. I placed an order. So I'm going somewhere with my story, okay? I placed an order. So I went back into the car, and when I opened it, they gave me a wrong item. I ordered for burger or something. I'm not used to their food yet then. So on getting to the car, we found out it was the wrong order they gave us. And I told my wife, why did they give us this? I'll go back. She said they may not take it. Okay, let me try. So I went back in, and I told them that, hey, you gave me a wrong order. And immediately they apologized, took it from me, threw it inside the trash gave me another one, then they apologized. I got into the car. I said, did you know what happened? That these people are wasteful. In Nigeria, number one, you'll never get it back. As long as you took it out, that's the end. So, but this one, they apologized. They said, do I want to take it? I didn't even understand them quickly. So they just threw it in the trash, gave me another one. They apologized. I think they gave me a coupon for next listing. And I went back into the car. I told my wife. She was surprised. And I said, come, I have to make it in this country. That I see a lot of waste here. And inside that waste, I see opportunities. That we're going to take advantage of that. Now, we started little by little. I was buying BlackBerry phones then. If you know about BlackBerry, I buy it, send it to Nigeria. So when I send it to Nigeria, I was receiving a lot of people are asking, hey, Ben, send us phone. So I couldn't even make, with the demand was very much. It was high. I can't make it. So sometimes I will have to, because there was any shipping company back in Cincinnati then. So I have to mail it down to New Jersey. So when I mailed it down to New Jersey, from New Jersey, they send it down to Nigeria. So the order was coming, but I couldn't make up with the demand. So I started thinking out of the box. So how come there's nobody doing it around this area? So sometimes I even go to the airport looking for a Nigeria traveling and say, hey, please, this is the phone. I can pay you. Can you help me deliver it at Nigeria? Sometimes I'm lucky. Sometimes I'm not lucky about it. So I now started thinking about, okay, here I think this is a major problem. How can I solve this issue? So what I did then was I now started making a research on, okay, how can I start this shipping business, air cargo? I made some research. I contacted somebody who is in Nigeria. Now remember what they told me when I was from airport, that, hey, Ben, the first obstacle will be your own people. So I asked the guy, hey, you're into this business. It was actually in Minnesota or so. And he said, hey, when did you come? I said, recently. He said, hey, you need to relax. Take time first, relax. Okay. I said, thank you. I don't take no for an answer. That's one thing with me. I give it all it takes. Then I went online. I started Googling. Okay, how can I start shipping? Through air cargo and other this thing. So I got all the information I needed, and then I applied for that license. So when I applied for the license, I was supposed to have an office, but there's no office. We're staying in a one-bedroom apartment. So I said, hey, we're just going to try it. I went to the bank, registered. The guy saw my zeal and said, hey, Ben, don't worry. I'll register you, sign everything. He did everything for me. Now it was time for the inspection. They were supposed to send someone from Washington, D.C., because this TSA is an indirect air carrier. You have to go through a lot of screening. So the guy came in that day, and, he was surprised apartment. He was expecting an office space. I believe the GPS took him to an apartment. He was looking. I was standing outside. I took our daughter. I gave it to the neighbor. I tell my wife, both of us, we're talking. We are ready, prepared for the inspector. So when he came in, he saw us, and unfortunately, our dining table, okay, we bought it on Craigslist. It was a glass dining table. When we were trying to bring it up that day, the glass broke. So, so there was no dining table. We just had a few chairs. So he came in. We greeted him. We started talking. And there was one thing, he forgot about what brought him there. And he said, hey, I just loved you couples. And here's what I'm going to do. I'll go back and write a very good report about you guys. And that's how a few days later the license came in. It was a TSA license. I was the first person that started the air cargo business in the whole of Ohio, Indianapolis, Kentucky, and I was doing good there. So from there, I proceeded. I was evolving. Okay, people are coming. I know a lot of people. Then I said, okay, this car business, remember, my story started from the junkyard. Okay? And I say, seems there are a lot of opportunities in this car business. We're buying cars. We buy it, fix it, sell it, make money. This is a good business. But I was still going back to the same junkyard to make those purchases. And I say, hey, I think I should be able to have my own license instead of going back there. Definitely those people are making money. So, yeah, so why can't I be something like them? have that license. So I registered for a dealership. So after registering for that dealership, it started little by little, and I'll just cut the story short. But in year 2002, I believe, 2002 to be precise, so for 9 years, now, I want you to note this down, okay, so that for those that want to start business. So for 9 years, I was applying for a particular license. Every year, I sent in my application, they normally reject it. So that was IAA. So IAA is one of the biggest salvage auction in the whole of North America. I was applying, I wanted to be a broker with them. They said, no, before you can become a broker, you need to have an annual sales of, I think it was $5 million. I said, this car of 1,000 to 2,000. How can I make this thing? But for 9 years, believe me, every year, I either apply twice a year or 3 times a year. They turn it down. Sometimes they don't even answer me. Now, on the 9th year, I sent in an application. So when I sent in my application, a few weeks later, I received an email, and they said they forwarded. Now, when I was sending that application, I put all my qualification, everything, my master's degree, and another thing there. I put out a very good write-up. So it said they forwarded that application to another team for review. So later on, they came back and they said the team wanted to meet me. First time, after 9 years. I said, oh, that's cool. So they came back and said, hey, what do I have to offer? And I started with my degree. See, I have all this degree. I can market. I can talk to people. I have all this thing. Hey, look at your profile. You don't have any Nigeria or Africa. And when I checked the record, I found out that Nigerians are one of I think they are third biggest customers in the world, okay, with importation. So they say, oh, that's good. So lo and behold, after a few weeks, they say, okay, they've decided to move ahead with me. And that's how I became a broker for IAA. Now, I can tell you that I was the only one of probably African descent that have that license in the whole of US. Now, it was just a broker, which means that before now, I will come and meet you and say, hey, I have a car dealership. Do you want to buy a car? I market myself. But when I got that broker license, no, we don't do any marketing. People reach out to us. We saw your profile on IAA. We have that visibility. Do you want to buy a car? We want to buy a car. We tell you, hey, this is how much we charge. We do everything. In the middle of that COVID, so they now reach out to me and they said, wow, that you guys are doing great. You just started, but we see that you're actually doing great. That the senior vice president wanted to meet me. I said, oh, really? Fine and good. Where are you? I say, I'm located in San Antonio, Texas. And they say, very good. I'm actually coming to Texas. And so what I'm going to do is that we can meet up at the airport. It was in the middle of that COVID. So we met at the airport. We're sitting almost side to side, with a little bit distance. So, and he said, we found out that you guys are doing great. That we wanted someone to represent us in Africa. Can you take on that? I say, of course. Even if it's, I said, even if it's in the world, I'm ready. Yeah, you can see so we started gisting and we forgot about what we came from. We were talking about family and all that thing, He was excited about me. I said, hey, I had my master's here, I have business back at home. He was so proud of me and said, hey, Ben, don't worry. That's it. Just be ready. Can you open office in Nigeria? Of course. In fact, if you want 3-4 offices, we can open it. Hey, we are not going to support. We don't give money. Don't worry. We are going to get it. How about Ghana? I said, of course, I can take on Ghana too. I have people in Ghana and other. So he wanted to give me about 4 or 5 different African countries. I said, no, let's limit it to Nigeria and Ghana. And a few weeks later on, they came back and I said, well, Ben, you are now our official partner in Ghana and Nigeria. Now, yes, so what they mean is that with that, we are the only one authorized to open IAA center in the whole of Nigeria and Ghana. So the visibility was there. We're making it. It was a big business. Our sales then, as of last year, our sales surpasses $10 million. So we were doing good, really good. Remember I told you I started with air cargo. I have to leave air cargo. We thought, okay, hey, this stress is just too much, you know. So I think Stella is doing air cargo right now. So we have to leave it, and now we have 7 full-time staff. Okay, in Nigeria, we're supporting, we are evolving every time. Now that's part of the entrepreneurial skills. So I do a lot of things. Now, that's not the only thing I do. I have some IT company. We're trying to build apps. We're consulting. So aside from that, I have my master's in information security and assurance. While we are still earning $8.50, me and my wife has decided to upgrade our skills. She has a master's in project management. I went to information security and assurance. Over time, we got a job. My first job from $8.50, the first offer I got, that was 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, was $65 an hour or so. So I was doing that. It was a big shift. But I can tell you up to that 10 years ago, from now to that 10 years, I still have some people still working at that same place. And they've increased. Maybe they are getting $15 an hour. When I wanted to leave, they told me, where are you going? I say, hey, I have a better dream. I have a vision. I have other things I need to do. Now, what I'm trying to do is that because of time, okay, I'm going to cut in this. Because I have a lot of information I really want to pass out. There are a lot of things I believe everybody can do. A lot of skills, I've actually listed them out here that people can do. I work a full-time job. I'm a security consultant. There are many other people I've actually helped. I just give them information. Sometimes people will come and tell me, hey, Ben, you're giving too much information. I say, no, you cannot take my job. I'll give it to you. You can be whatever you need to do. I'll give you how to go about it. Do everything. I believe there was a time I told Pastor we wanted to start a skills this thing because Pastor was very passionate about upgrading skills and other things. So we actually started like a career, this thing, part and other thing. But I see a lot of people who are not too serious. I say, hey, I don't have that time. But if I can commit this time that, hey, you can be this, and people don't show interest, I say, no problem. In Pastor's message recently, he talked about rooted. That, okay, people will come, you hear different words. It now depends on how you're able to take it or how you're able to apply it. But one thing I want to tell everybody in the U.S. here, that you can be a professional and still have a side hustle and make it. There are a lot of information I have. There are a lot of things I do. There are a lot of risk. So I'm not going to tell you it's going to be easy, okay? But you need to start somewhere if you really want to make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Amen. So I'm going to say something I'll summarize from what you said. One is relationship and perseverance. Because over time, everything you said is great, by the way, but you guys understand that if you're building a business, things don't always kick off right away. So you have to persevere. But in persevering, you have to network like Pastor, I don't know if I'm calling you pastor. Are you a pastor? Coach Odeyemi said to network. So I'm going to go to, because we're running out of time, I'm going to go to Stella. Stella, please tell us how you got into business, and let's ask questions, okay? I had a few questions, but I want you guys to ask the questions now.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, church. So I'm actually grateful to be sitting here today. So I'll make my short, okay? I came into the U.S. as a student. Back home in Nigeria, I own an interior decoration business. That's what I do. Like I sell curtains, I fix blinds. I do a lot of interior designs, most especially beddings. That's what I specialized in. So when I came to the U.S., I was a student, so I just dished all that business ideas away. And before I finished school, I met my husband, and then we got married, and then the kids start coming, and I'm like, and I said to myself, and I'm like, why do I just throw away my business? Let me look for something else to do. And Then prior before then, I used to have problem with shipping stuff because we were all the way in Midland, Texas. So that place is like very remote. So it was so difficult to ship down any items. You need to either go to Houston or you go to Dallas to ship out items. And then I just thought to myself, why don't I start it up by myself? So I started doing inquiries. So I haven't gotten my papers in this country. So I went to DHL. I booked an appointment with them. And then I spoke to them, and they said, oh, man, you need to have so volume to be able to be our partner. Okay, I switched to UPS. I spoke with them. They also gave me their list. You have to bring this, you have to bring that to do all this. And then I went back home. I like, no, let me go back to Nigeria. And then I, try to partner with, I have a friend that's into dispatch business. So I said, okay, fine. If I get clients that wants to ship stuff, can you go pick it up from wherever it is? And then I'll use your office as my office in Nigeria. And so he was like, oh, cool, that's a good business. At least I'm bringing you business too. And you're also helping me in the same way. So it was very easy to get the DHL license from Nigeria and the UPS license. So it was so easy. So we partnered together, and then I got the DHL license from Nigeria. So I ship items from Nigeria down here. But shipping back from here back to Nigeria, it's a little bit like pricey, but I get to make it like a little quantity. Just like if you want to ship documents, those ones are easy for me to just create the label in my room and just send it to you. You print it out and take it to the office and just drop it off. So that was how I started that one. So after a while, when we moved down to San Antonio, I came to church. I met some few people. I told them, and they were like, "Oh, okay." And I have gotten some customers from church as well. So thank you, Salvation Standard. So, and then I was like, sometimes I don't have clients. And I said, like, why can't I do something else? And then I shifted. I said, okay, what can I sell? I prayed to God about it. I'm like, what can I sell? I don't want to sell just to service Nigerian people. I want to sell something that every person can buy. So I looked at it. Oh, so my daughter and my son, anytime we go to the hospital, oh, their lashes is so long. Where did you get that from? This one, I'm like, so I said, okay, why don't I even start selling lashes sets? And that was how the idea came up. And I said, okay, let me go into petty trading. That I don't care, I don't mind. Over time, the brand will grow. So I did my survey. I went to the stores. I went to H-E-B. I went to Walmart. I checked out their prices. And then I started, looking for vendors. So Walmart and other stores sells all those little items for like $5, $6. I said, okay, I'll make my $3 so that I can just get turnover. I was not doing it because I said over time, I knew I was going to get a lot of customers. So then it's time to get a vendor. So I started looking for a vendor. I reached out to people. Funny enough, I have a friend in China, and then she went straight to the manufacturer and got their number for me. And I get those lashes for as cheap as cents. No, so I got it at a very good price, and I was able to sell below the store price. Why? Because I wanted to reach out to a lot of people. And now I have so many people going through my website to buy cosmetics. So I also shifted. Okay, so lashes goes with lip gloss, it goes with other kind of stuff, accessories. So I try to, venture around the whole beauty product. So that's how I started. And also, I also work because you still need to feed the business. It doesn't just grow like that. So I still work. I work as a technical support team with a diabetes company. We create insulin pumps for diabetic patients. So the shipping and the cosmetic is my side hustle. And I'm also very handy. So if you need help, like I also help people to like put their blinds up, put curtains up. So I do that part time. Or I do that.
Amen. So I was going to say something about the pricing, right? There's this book I'm reading that's called You Need More Money by Matt Monero. And he's into financing for equipment, like if you're trying to buy an equipment for your business, heavy equipment, he's into financing. So one of the things he said was, it's not about, thank you, sir. It's not about if someone is trying to steal your business. You can tell them the whole secret. Go and do it. Because there are more to the business than just, knowing about the pricing. There's marketing, there's IT, there's business operation, So if someone wants to go and buy the thing, go and buy it and market yourselves. It doesn't really matter. But thank you so much for what you shared. And now we want to open it to the floor if you guys have questions. Pastor, go ahead.
Okay, mine is not a question.
Yes.
A comment. And I'm going to direct this to the organizers. We do this all the time. Oh, we're running out of time. Oh, time. It's working now. Okay. Thank you. Can we have agreement that whatever we're going to do today, we will maximize the time together? The gentlemen here, they came from Nigeria to be a blessing to us. They came for a conference, and thanks to Wale told us about them, and we said they should come. It's pointless. Every time we gather, we rushed over things. And then the next time we come, we rush over it again, and nothing is benefited. The one thing I hate in my life is wasting my time. If I'm here, I want to learn. Anybody that's in a hurry, no judgment. Nobody is judging anybody here. It's safe space. If you have to go, go. Right? You have things pre-planned based on schedule and things like that. But Ben is here, Stella is here. They all want to share knowledge with us. I want to learn as much as I can. So for anybody that is in a hurry, that's okay. You can go. Anybody that is willing to learn and stay, if we have agreement, we can say that's the agreement. You don't know how many times we shifted. Do you go by Odeyemi or Yemi? It has to be Odeyemi. We kept shifting his time. I spoke to Pastor Ebukun, we shifted, and then he shifted again. And that's okay. Because we're here to learn, not to gloss through things and we don't have details. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. That's true, though. Go ahead. You have a question? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Ben and, Sister Stella. Thank you. I do have a question when it comes to business. I know, Brother Ben, you gave us a story of how you started and how successful you are now. I always tell you, you're my role model. So I make drinks. I started off as doing hair and everything, but it's so saturated. Everybody's doing it. So, the ideas of making these cocktails it didn't come to my head, but that was just a knowledge from God. It's in my head. But now I have this dream where I want to, get that idea out of my head and actually put it on paper, where I have my drinks being sold in Walmart, Target, all these stores, and, hopefully get into international shipping where they're also sold in Africa. So I started the process, but I just want to know how I can get the ball rolling and how I can get fundings. And I know there are going to be challenges, but what are some of the challenges I'm going to face along the road? And, if you can lead me in the right direction.
Can I go ahead? Okay. So thanks, Daniela. So what I normally tell people, and I'll tell you the truth, okay, is that there's a difference between side hustle and business. Okay, so I don't know which one you want to go into. Is it just going to be like a side hustle, or you want to go into it as a full-time business? Okay, if it's business. Now, one thing I also ask people, and I'm going to ask you this. If you lose 1,000 or if you lose money, are you going to die? Will you have sleepless nights? Okay, yeah. So now the reason why I asked that question is that, you see, sometimes business is risk. Okay? So not all businesses are successful. That's the truth. Okay? So if I tell you right now, say, hey, do this, you'll be successful in the next few months. So that's complete lie. Now, but there's what we call minimal risk. Okay? And there's all called homeworking, research, and other things. Now, the first thing you need to do first is your business or your product. Is it unique? Okay? If it's unique, then you have an advantage. If it's not, then you have competition. Okay? So now, I remember back in my university days, so my first degree was in biochemistry. Okay? So and my HOD normally tell us that, hey, the reason why you're coming to school is not because of that degree, but that if you find yourself among market women, so for those in Nigeria, they know what they mean by market women, and you're selling tomatoes, okay, that the way you're going to lay yours, okay, or display yours will be different than every other person. So that's the advantage of the education you have. So now, to start, I will tell you that start little by little. Don't go for loan first, okay? Finance it yourself. So, and that's the essence why I tell people, hey, if you're going for business, don't quit your job. No, because sometimes, see, a lot of time people ask me, hey, Ben, why are you still working? And believe me, if I quit my job or if I get fired today, honestly, I will sleep, in fact, sound sleep. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. Yeah, I'll have a sound sleep. I'm not going to worry about it because there are some few things I've already put in place. So start with your own personal fund. Start it as a side hustle. Okay? Once you start it as a side hustle, market it very well. See the acceptability. Now be open for criticism. People will criticize it. Yeah. Ask people, what do they feel about this group? Look for samples around. Compare it to yours. How is the packaging? You need to package your own in a separate way. Remember what I told you about the tomato display and the market woman? Yeah. Repackage your own branding. So that's what we call branding. Sometimes you don't need a website before you start a business. You don't need this. Little fun, little capital, start it. Look at the sources. Reach out to people. Let them compare it with others. But make sure you do your homework very well. Research is very important. But you can start it. In fact, with $100, you can start a business. And with that, little by little, you begin to grow. You begin to evolve. You begin to put your knowledge into it. And I'm telling you,
so the research you're saying is for her to have other people experience the product.
That's correct.
And then give her feedback.
A feedback, negative or positive feedback. I'll take it.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yes, please.
It's kind of funny that you brought up that you have the degrees. So I graduated with a biology and a psychology degree about a year ago. With med school on the horizon, I want to start a business, but I know that it's not something that I can do for a long term before, like during school as well, But I guess my question is, does it actually make sense to start a business? Mind you, I already kind of have one, but I don't know if it's something that I should really pursue. Because then if it becomes something that I really, really want to do, I would have to cut it short when I do start school, if that makes sense.
Is the question to Stella or Ben?
Yeah.
Stella,
Okay,
you can answer.
let me go first. Okay, so I don't think you should stop. I don't think you should stop because of school. You can stop and start again. Yeah, I stopped for a while, and then I came back. You can take breaks. It's allowed. Take breaks and still work on finding your niche. Like, okay, you don't know if this is what you want, but just do it anyways. And then switch. Okay, if you're selling water, oh, this water is not moving, let me sell juice. You can move. You can move around. Just move around and just find where you can until you're comfortable. And why I say don't stop is because over time, it's growing. Like, I started my lashes business since 2018. It's still there. It's still there, even if I don't put as much pressure in it, like marketing and content and all of that. But it's not going anywhere. It's there. I pay for my website every year. I don't care if anybody go through the website or buys it. I join pop-up still here and there. I go out. So don't stop. It's okay to take a break but you can come back, or you can take a break and you can say, oh, I want to go into something else, and then you can switch. The world is too big. You can switch to anything that you want to be, but don't just leave it because of school. Somebody is always looking at that thing that you're selling. So just keep it there. You don't know, over time, it will get to that point when you don't even have to work. Thank you.
You want to add anything, or you're good?
Yes, I can add but just in addendum to what Stella said, don't stop. Honestly, I have a lot of medical professionals that want to start business now, okay? In fact, sometimes I ask them, hey, you're making money, why do you want to start? And sometimes they tell you that I don't really enjoy the job, what I'm doing. Yeah, so, but if you start it right now, even when you get into your medical school or medical field, later on you can come back to it. Yes. Believe me, there is nothing wrong in making residual income, okay? When I was starting my business, most of the time, those little money I make actually pay for most of the bills, okay? So, which means I don't have to touch my salary and some other things. So, if you have that dream, just go ahead and start it right now.
Start now. Perfect. All right, we have another question. Go ahead.
Okay, so
go ahead.
how much time do you consider, because I own a business of my own too, and I'm currently in nursing school. It's challenging, I'm not going to lie, but how much time do you think is considered side hustle?
That's a good question, actually.
Because I'm also thinking of expanding, but with the time I have on my hand right now, I'm thinking, is now a good time, or just wait to get done with nursing school, then continue, for the expansion?
Anyone can answer. Go ahead.
So, like I mentioned the other time, now is the good time, okay? So don't make it another time. Now is the good time. Now, when I was doing my master's, okay, so, and I consider most of the time, well, I'm not going to say you young folks, I'm not old too, so, but, I came in at the age, I think I came in 31 or 32 into this country. We had a baby. First time, I've never taken care of any baby before, We have to change diapers, do a lot of things. At the same time, I was doing my master's. My wife also was in school. So, taking care of, and we are working too. So we just have to juggle a lot of things, So, but now, I don't know if you're married or not, or you have babies that you're taking care of, little ones, so it can be challenging. But I'm telling you, at the end of the day, you thank God for that, for starting. So if you need to expand it, expand it. Sometimes you can get someone that will manage the business while you're still writing your exam or in the nursing school.
So are you saying that what she's saying is, how much time does she invest in her business to say it's a side hustle? Is that the question?
Okay, so
partially.
Okay.
Okay.
So for the time investing in the side hustle, so I would say probably 20% of your time, or 30, conservatively.
And then she's also asking if you want her to wait. Are you advising her to wait till she finishes nursing, right?
I told her
no. Okay.
Start now. Put everything in place. Set it up in place. Put it in place. Then later on, you can come back to it. So.
Yeah, Stella, you want to add?
Yeah, I have a little thing to say. So, do you have kids? Okay, not yet. Okay. So, like he said, the best time is now, but you can try not to overstretch and stretch yourself. Like, when it's schoolwork time, it's schoolwork time. When it's time for business, it's time for business. Like me, with 3 kids. Oh my God, I don't even want to go into that part yet, but I just try to give myself 2 hours every day, Monday through Friday, after I put them to bed. So I give myself 2 hours, then I go to bed. So basically what I do, just go to the website, fix up the order, make the appointment for UPS to come pick it up at my door. So I do that every 2 hours, Monday through Friday. And Saturday and Sunday is for family. So just work with your schedule, look at your schedule, and work with what is good, comfortable with you, but don't stop.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, Pastor, go ahead.
I just want to add to that. I remember what Odeyemi said earlier about start your stop to-do list. I mean, stop things you're going to stop doing. You know, because the truth is, we all have 24 hours. Ben and his wife, they were able to accomplish all they accomplished. Being married, working a job, having a child, going to school, all of that within 24 hours. I think a lot of times the start point for all of us is to, first of all, sit back. Maybe you do this over a period of a week or two. See what you spend your time on and begin to reprioritize the order of your time. You know, people that have been successful, I mean, they have we all have 24 hours. And that's the truth. We all have 24 hours. You know, so you have to reprioritize. Some things need to go to the bottom of your list. Some things you think are very important and significant has to drop to the bottom of your list. I'll give you a quick story. I think it was yesterday. Yesterday, somebody had reached out to me during the week saying, you know, something about a job and they needed some kind of coaching and things. I said, okay, come. My lunchtime is 12 to 1. So he came, and the question he had, I had an answer, you know, but I wanted to be sure. You know, so we started doing research together. And as we were doing the research, I saw some free courses on the question he asked. Believe me, yesterday I took 2 courses on application modernization. You know, one was 1 hour, the other was like 15 minutes. You know, I added to my knowledge just like that. You know, so number one thing you must do, remove waste from your life. Waste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. CJ, go ahead.
All right. Before I get to my own question, I think I have a few things. A couple of the questions has been when I think the most mistake we do is waiting for the right time, thinking there will be a right time. Actually, you know, when starting up a business, there will never be a right time. You know, if you want to do it, the earlier you start it, trust me when I said it's better, because the earlier you start it, the risk is minimum. All right, when you don't have that much responsibilities, you can afford to take more risk. And asking if it's a side hustle or how to differentiate whether it's a side hustle or the real thing, trust me, when your bills come, you will know. You know, if you don't have that regular job that, you know that you go to Monday through Friday and you can't afford to miss time because you have to get that paycheck at the end of the month to be able to meet up with your payments. If that's taken away from you and the hustle that you have, there's going to be a difference. All right? You having something that you can add income to what your income is different when the real income is taken away. Because when they take away that real income, your side hustle becomes the real thing. Yeah. So you can afford to do the both when you don't have much risk, but if you keep on procrastinating it and pushing it to the side till when you start having kids, you have a family, and let's say something happens and that job is taken away from you, now you will be forced to take more risk in the business when you haven't learned a lot about the business. Because you have to learn about the business before you can take much risk on it. So that's just to put some on that. But my own question now is, I know I've been in business for a little bit, and it used to be a side hustle, but now it's the real thing. And because I didn't really put as much time as I should before I made my business a full-time source of income, of course, I've made some mistakes. And the one thing that people didn't really get to tell me much about is importance of cash flow. Some of us who in the business will understand what I say, importance of cash flow, because You can have as much as $1 million invested in your business, and you look and you can see your investments. But if you don't really have a cash flow to run that business day to day, this money is worth nothing.
It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep.
Not even how much you keep, how much can keep the business running day to day, you know? Like if you have, let's say in the car business, Ben can understand what I'm saying. If you have 20 cars, inventory that is worth 200,000 or 300,000, all right? But you don't have 1,000 in your account to fix one of them, you are broke. I'm sorry to say that, but you are broke. And we don't really get to learn this until you go through the process. You know, sometimes you go to all these seminars and people tell you about their experiences and all this, but the best experience, they say, is you know, when you go through it. So my question is, how have you guys been able to manage your cash flow? Because honestly, to me, that has been the biggest challenge I have, all right? Because my own kind of person, if I have money in the account, I hate having money in the account, and I can see where I can put that money into and probably flip it in the next couple of days. You know, that's the kind of person I am.
So he wants to know how you can manage your cash flow while you're operating a business full time.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
Either of you can answer.
Okay. Should I go ahead?
And then we'll round up.
Thanks, Chijioke. I understand where you're coming from, okay? Because I've also been in that same shoe before, okay? So at the beginning, it's always difficult, okay? And it's difficult because there was no proper planning, okay? So, but of that cash inflow, you know, both the expenditure and the income, and, you know, your profit margin. So I had that problem, but over time, I was able to overcome that. Now, here's what I did. There are a lot of software out there, financial software, which can manage your inflow and outflow. Now, for the car business you're talking about in particular, so what I do is this. Before I make any purchase, you know, I already itemize everything. Okay, if I buy this car for $5,000, I fix it for $2,000, you know, every other thing. So I just put like a margin that everything that come to it maybe is $10,000. And I sell the car for, let's say, $15,000. I make a profit of $5,000. You know, am I going to put in back everything into the business or not? Or I'll have some savings. So now a typical businessman, okay, don't keep money in the bank, okay? Yeah, so you don't keep money in the bank. It doesn't make sense keeping money in the bank. Sometimes you can meet me, so that's where I'm going to divert a little bit from yours. Keeping money in the bank, sitting down, doing what? It's not good for a business person, you know. So most time I put it back. So sometimes you can come and ask me, hey, Ben, do you have $500? And I say, no, I don't have. And truly, I don't. But I have a lot of thousands of dollars outside playing, or, you know, bringing in because I'm expecting something in return. You understand? So now, get a very good software or business. Have your inventory. Okay, know how much you're making, know the profits, know the return. So that is the best way you can actually manage your cash flow. Okay, so now some people prefer to have some saved for raining days. You know, just keep it as a profit. But me, I prefer to reinvest it back into the business. So if it's a side hustle, you know, you want to keep some by the side. You know, but if you're real into proper business, you just want to throw them around, and not into. So that's where you now begin to divert a little bit. When the money starts flowing in, what me and my wife do, we are very handy. Okay, if you come to my house, if you see the way we change everything, we did it. So pastor have come to my house and you see, and they say, Ben, you made this? Yeah, we made it. You know, we save a lot. So what we try to do is this: we started reinvesting into other things. We have properties in Nigeria. You know, we have land, we have houses, we have a lot of things. When I wanted to start that, so maybe let me not go into that. Let me allow. Okay. Yes. Yes. So, Pastor, I have a full-time job. My wife has a full-time job, which is very important. And what I tell people is this: I'm afraid of American system, and let me tell you the reason why I'm always scared. No matter how long you've been with them, If they will fire you most time, in fact, they will not allow you to come into the office the next day. Forget, there's nothing like job security in America. It's what you know, the skills you have, like Mr. Odeyemi said. It's actually what's going to give you that security. Okay? You can get to the office. Most time, you can get to the office. I don't care if you're a doctor, a lawyer, or anything. And they'll tell you that, hey, we don't want you again. Yeah. Now, that's where that thinking, you now start having that depression. How am I going to start? I tell people this. You need to identify what is your assets and liabilities. Okay? Assets is something that brings you income, you know? Future is guaranteed. You have it somewhere, it's going to bring you money and other things. If you start buying new cars, so I'm not saying new cars are good. In fact, I love new cars. I enjoy them. It's like taking new wife, you know. That's how new cars are. Yeah, believe me. So that's how it is. So, you know. So, but if I spend $100,000 on new car, I didn't buy it cash. I'm paying car notes every month. You know, I see it as liability. Okay? You have mortgage. It's not your house. Don't forget, it's not your house. If you think it's your house, you're deceiving yourself. When we sold, I was back in Ohio, okay? We have a very big house, golf community, very lovely. Okay, so we now wanted to move down to San Antonio. So we are planning to sell it. So that was when the reality comes in. You know, I found that I've been paying for like 4 or 5 years. Okay? So when they now calculated everything, I found out that I was paying almost 1,800 or 2,000, I forgot the amount. But when we now went, they brought the book, and I found out that, you see, all this month I was paying 2,000. The only thing I was actually paying, which is my own, is like $400 and something. Right. Okay? So a lot of people don't understand that. So I'm not saying house is not good. House is beautiful, it's fine. So, but have other things that will be bringing you money, residual income. Instead of buying that new car, sometimes you may opt for. See, I've never bought a new car in the US, in America. No new car. It's not as if I can't buy new car. I can buy new car. But what I do is this. Probably I want you guys to learn one thing or the other from this. So there's a 2017 Nissan Murano that my wife is driving. So she has asked me for another car since, but you know, we bought it in 2017, the same year of manufacture. It has 500 or 600 miles. It was a salvage car. We fixed it. Everybody looks at it as if it's a new car, but I know how much I saved. Instead of buying it for $40-something thousand, the total amount we spent on that car was like $15,000. And I drive it. Fine, good. 2017 is still there. We actually put like 40-something thousand miles on it. I saved. I was not paying any this thing. Nobody will come. If I can't pay or lose my job, nobody will come and tow it. You understand? So nobody will come and tow the car. Now there's another car I got, okay? It was a 2016 Malibu, okay? So when I was buying the car, now I'm telling you the secret of the trade, because there are a lot of opportunities there. I bought 3 of those cars that year, 2016. It was a 2016 car. I bought 3 of the car. I used one. Remember I told you salvage, okay? I used one of the car to fix 2, okay? Which means there was a flawed car here in Houston. I bought it. I used it to fix 2 of those cars.
Now, you dismantled one of them and got the parts. I dismantled one to
fix the other 2. So all of them, remember, they are all salvage.
Okay.
I sold one. Immediately, I made my money back. The other one was my profit. It's a 2016 Malibu. It was my profit. Now, that same 2016 car, recently I sent it to Ohio. After 6 years now. Is it 6 years?
7 years.
7 years. And I bought it. So that was my profit, remember, as at that time.
Right.
I sent it recently to Ohio to be sold. They are going to sell it for like maybe $10,000 or $12,000. So which I'm going to make money again. Now, if you buy a new car, immediately you're driving it out of the dealership, the value reduces. Forget about it. If you buy a salvage car, the value doesn't reduce. Why? Because it's already devalued.
Right.
Okay? Right. So, which means, it's already devalued. So when you're selling it, they know that it's a salvage. You're selling it almost at the same price. you use it. So there are a lot of tricks, a lot of tips and other things.
Right.
I know I've diverted a little bit from his cash flow, but, just informational this thing.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have 2 more questions. We have more questions later, so if you have more questions later, we'll still ask. So go ahead.
Oh, my question is for Stella. You mentioned that you had a friend in China, and that was how you were able to get in contact with a manufacturer. So how can you find vendors?
Okay.
For what business? Any business? Any business. Oof, that's a broad question, but go ahead.
Okay, I think we'll discuss that one maybe after I'm here. Yes, I'll show you how to find vendors. I think we'll talk about that after this.
Straight to the...
You show us.
Oh, everybody wants to know. Okay, give your own example, though, with your own business. How do you find a vendor?
It's because I have an agent there that goes around to find vendors for me. So that's why I say maybe after church. But you can also, there are other apps you can use to find vendors. You can use Alibaba, you can use AliExpress. There are other apps that you can use to find vendors. But my own, how I found my own agent, I have somebody over there that helps me with that.
I'm going to say something, though. Business is funny. We always want the theoretical aspect of it, but most people are not doing it. So you guys can ask about it, but you have to do it and learn some things that cannot be taught when they say it, So go ahead in the marketplace and start doing something. One more question, and we'll round it off. Go ahead, Ma.
Thank you, everyone. My question is just like, I need an advice. I want to know if this online business and digital marketing online is a good business to invest in, because I see a lot of people telling me, oh, come and join us. We are doing this. We want you to start networking people and bringing people. Those kind of, do I know?
MLM type of thing?
Yeah, they want you to network or start bringing more people to their digital business online. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah, we understand. Go ahead, please.
So I need to be clear on that. There are different digital marketing. So there's this multi-level marketing. So there's this other one, pyramid. Is that pyramid? Yeah. So I want to know, is it the one that will ask you have to bring 2 people?
Yeah, they'll say, yeah, do you need people to bring someone like that to join your, something like that?
So and then they will promise you high return, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So so now let me bust your bubble. Anything you see a high return on investment, there's always high risk there. Yes. Okay? So most time I don't advise people.
No, the recent one they are doing right now, the people tell me they'll tell you, join us for maybe it's a seminar. They are doing seminar. Join us. We want to. I don't understand this kind of things.
So now this is a personal opinion. Okay, I don't. Maybe somebody have a different opinion about it. So I know I've never joined them. I take my time to study a lot of things. Now the people calling you to once they tell you that join us, but you must bring 2 people. Okay? Now, honestly, run from it. Yeah, that's just the simple thing. So they are trying to build their own level.
Yep.
Okay? So, which means that you're pushing someone to the chain this thing. So it's like a pyramid, from 2, so it's come from top down. So which means that before you get to that level, that top level, you must have worked everything out or work your, I don't know what to use, work everything off. So please, if you can do away with it, there are a lot of business online that you can do. So like I told you, I've actually written a lot of things. So because I asked the organizer what exactly are people expecting, and they told me they want the practical aspect of it. So I've written a lot of things. I have a lot of sites. I have a lot of information I can share, whereby if you go online, you get there are a lot of business you can do, believe me, which is not high risk.
Amen. So you have to meet him later, and he will guide you in that.
So now, full disclosure, okay? So I'm a very busy person, okay? So now I don't want a situation whereby I will try my best. So I don't want a situation whereby
you're dependent.
You call me and I don't pick up. I have a lot of things I'm managing. So just for you to know.
Just be respectful of the time.
Yeah, so, but definitely I'll get back to you. So it's better I say it right now.
Thank you, sir. Stella, do you want to add to that?
Same here.
Awesome, awesome. Okay. We have one more question from Miss Yinka. Okay. Go ahead, Miss Yinka.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Good morning. No, afternoon. It's still morning. Okay, so here's my question. I know most times we talk about business, starting business, side hustles, and everything. But what about the legality of it? Like, so it's not just about, registering a business and doing it. I know there are some governmental guidelines that we have to follow. For instance, the medical line. So I'm actually working on starting a telehealth business and everything, but there are things that the government already laid out that we have to have, like risk management, and have this protocol and have that protocol. So my question to you is, how did you find somebody to help you, like a lawyer, in a way?
Thank you. So now when it comes to the business risk or the licenses that you need before you can start. Now, the US is so organized that even if you want to start barbing business, you need a license. You need to be trained. So what I advise people is that, see, Google is your friend. Go online, and now in this day of AI, honestly, just go, type it, and it will bring out everything you need. So see, there's no magic to that, okay? Go online, hey, I need to start this business. What are the things I need? Give me. So now that's where AI now comes in, for those into the IT. So there's a way you can ask AI, and it's going to list all the steps for you. Sometimes you don't need a lawyer. Okay? So most of my businesses I started, I never used any lawyer. And that's the truth. Okay? So what I did, like so I have Federal Maritime Commission license, and I have TSA license. So I'm an indirect air carrier, which means I can ship with any airline I want. Despite I'm not using them, I still maintain that license. I pay for it every year. I renew it every year. Now, TSA is one of the most difficult licenses to get because their requirement is very much. They know you're shipping with passenger airline. They don't want anything bomb or another thing there. So they scrutinize. They come and check where do you keep all these things. You know, a lot of, we call it visual inspection to see maybe there's no any incident, bomb or anything there. So what I did is that I went online myself. Remember I told you I asked someone, I was asking me when did I come into this country that I want to start. You know, but the story I didn't tell you about that guy is that later on, after several years, he came back and was shipping with me. Okay, yes, and that's the truth. You know, so all you need to do, go back, check everything, there are rules, there are guidelines, just make sure you follow it to the letter, and you will not have any issue.
And are you talking also in relation to what you're saying? Ms. Yinka, are you talking about like the setup of the business, like the corporation, LLC, kind of stuff?
Just I guess for mine.
For yours, yes, go
like
ahead.
Like healthcare in a way. So you have to have some, like a document from a lawyer, prepared by a lawyer, signed by you, because you have to have like a medical director over your business and things like that. That was what I was.
Okay.
Say something.
What I would say is it depends on industry.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. You know, there are compliance requirements for different industries. And then for certain industries, the regulations vary. You know, and you might get into some really technical stuff, right? So it depends on the industry is where I would like for us to leave it. You know, if your industry is highly regulated and requires those kind of things, you know, compliance, risk management, technical requirements, you know, you have to figure out what do you do from that point forward. You know, I don't want us to get into specifics. You know, that's a disclaimer right there. You know, before somebody say, well, they told us in church. No, it depends on your industry. And you have to check out what the requirements are for that industry. You know, and why am I short of words to do?
So let me quickly add to that. Yinka, So you can meet me at the end of the this thing. I have people in the industry that I can call. They are very good friends, and they will walk you into that industry. They will walk you into it. Now, for real estate too, if there's anybody that is planning to go into real estate, okay, I have somebody too in the industry that can help. This guy currently have more than, is a very good friend. He has more than 100 apartments right now, as we're saying.
So like in real estate investing?
Yeah, so some people may want to go into, so it's part of real estate, side hustle or business, so whichever one.
Okay. Okay. You want to say something, Neela? Okay, so yeah, we're done for this session. We're going to have a short break, but I would like you guys to put your hands together for Ben and Stella. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Stella. So we'll have Nanela take over.
So we're gonna take a quick break. Please put your hands together for our guest speakers again. We're gonna take a quick break, so we'll just have all of our guest speakers go to the green room over there for lunch, and then everyone else can just go to the lobby. So we're going to take a 20 minutes break, and then after that we'll come back in here for the career development session. You don't want to miss this one. Thank you so much. the leadership session. So, let's just all give him our attention. Mr. Timothy, welcome.
Thank you. All right. It's been a wonderful day, and we have more to do. Okay, it should be the other slide. Yeah. Okay, so I have a question. I'm starting with a question. And the question is simple. When do we really become a leader? At what age, at what level do we say we are a leader? Is it when we get to 20, 30? Is it when we become a manager in the office? Because this question is very important. And the importance is actually because of the fact that when you don't know who you are, you may not know the responsibilities that you carry. And so when we were leaving Orlando, I decided to have time with, some guys. And what we discussed was whether they felt they were already leaders or not. Pastor, before you came in, I was asking them, before you came to your seat, I wanted to know the age requirement for a leader. When do you become a leader? In the office, at what level do we become a leader? Because most of us tend to be unaware of the responsibility we carry, and most times it's attributable to the fact that we don't know we are leaders. Now, if you have 3 kids, the oldest one is supposed to be at the front for the younger ones to follow. And even the last kid in the family can actually be a leader. And I was telling the last boy in the family, and I told him, okay, when you go to your school, you are in middle school, when you go there, you are supposed to be a leader. Because at every point in time, we are leaders. All of us here today are what? Leaders. Is that okay? Yes. Do you know why you are a leader? You are a leader because you have to make influence. Because you influence somebody somewhere. Because the husband influences the wife and the wife influences the husband. Now, leadership is influence, simple. How do I influence you to get results without, some iota of force? I don't need to apply force to make you to give me results. I don't need to. How do I communicate to get your support? And your master is telling us that leadership is simply influence, no more, no less. And there is an important question there. What is the destination of leadership? Is it a journey or just a destination? When I get there, I'm done. Right? Okay, when I make $20 million, I'm done. Does leadership have an end game? Does it have an end game, or is it a continuous journey? Because the truth of the matter is that anytime you stop making influence, you stop growing. And many years ago, I stumbled on a video by Jim Rohn. I don't know how many of us are familiar with Jim Rohn here. And he had already died before I stumbled on his video. He died in 1997, but he had a goal for 2000. And he died at a very old age. Why? Because there is no end game to leadership. There is no end game. As long as we are alive, there is an influence to make. There is an impact to make. As long as we are alive, we can still make impact. And at any level we are a leader. Because leadership is not about title. Yemi told us, earlier that positional leadership is the least form of leadership. I am the director of music in this environment. I am the pastor. Now remove pastor from his life. Does it make any, if he is no longer the pastor, if he's no longer occupying the position of being a pastor, can he still make impact on your life? Is it because he is occupying this position that makes him relevant, or because of what he carries? It is not the position that makes him important. It is what he carries. It is what he does. It is the influence he makes. It's the impact. And that is why you occupying a position does not make you, when you leave that position, that is the end. And we have instances where we have leaders in the position, and when they are out of that position, nobody remembers them. You know why? When they were in that position, they didn't actually create legs to their legacy. And these are the key questions we need to, answer today. We should know that we are leaders, not until we get to a position. And why are we leaders? Because we are supposed to make influence. We are supposed to influence people positively. And why is leadership a journey? Because it does not end until you die. Because influence does not end. You have seen people, grandpa, 110 years, he just dies, and people will still shed tears. 110 years old. Why? Because when he's alive, people are happy to be around them. People are happy to be around them because leadership is influence. And so when we are living here today, I'm sure most of us are from here, and we are in different units. We are in different companies. We are in different organizations. And before now, we used to say, the leaders. We used to say the pastors. We used to say the head of the unit. I'm not the head of the unit, so I'm not carrying responsibility. I'm not the head of the family. I'm not carrying responsibility. But when we change our mentality about ownership, about the fact that we own something important, everything changes. We are all leaders. It's not just the pastor. It's not just the head of the company. It's not just the manager. You are also a leader. And I read a book that, impacted me a lot some years ago. And Robbie Sharma says, a leadership without a title. And who is a leader without a title? A leader that does not wait to be appreciated before he does what he needs to do. A leader that does not, wait to be given a big title, that does not wait to be, appreciated, to be given commendation later before he does what he needs to do. Because the little things you are doing, those little things you are doing are preparing you, are setting you up for something great. And that is why you don't need to wait for anybody to appreciate you before you do what you are supposed to do. And that is why leadership is influence. Next slide. Now, how do we gain ground as a leader? How do we gain ground? Gaining ground starts by understanding the common cause, the common goal we are all pursuing. So, what is the common goal here today? The common goal here today is for us to grow. We want to grow. We want to be better people. We want to be better persons in our different fields. We want to be better, parents. We want to be better, employees. We want to be better in our business. And so that is the common cause. And in the organization you belong, what is the common goal? What is the big picture that we need to pursue? And what is the common ground? I was discussing with Yemi, and we were saying that when you look at the, phrase point of view, is very important. Most of us just, look at that as perspective. It goes beyond that. Point and view, right? Where you stand determines what you can see. And what you can see is a product of where you stand, your point. So if we do not, find ourselves on a common ground, we may not have the same perspective. And if we do not have the same perspective, we may not be ready and open to travel together, because leadership and followership is about a journey. And that is why when you marry, you sit down with your wife, the wife sits down with the husband, and they say, okay, this is where we are going. We have to have common ground to be able to run together. And, Yemi talked about trust. And while I was preparing for this, I decided to say, okay, so what is the strongest currency in the world? Is it dollar? Dollar is not the strongest currency when it comes to value. The strongest currency in the world is Kuwait dinar. And you need about $3 to $4 to get one of that currency. But you know what? That currency is not the strongest. The strongest currency that you and I need is trust. Because, I was reading a book about Brian Tracy many years ago, and he says something. It's not because you disappointed me that matters, but my ability to trust you again. Will I be able to trust you again? Even if I try to force myself to trust you, I won't be able to trust you, because it is something that shouldn't be based on, coercion. I shouldn't be coerced to trust you. I shouldn't be forced to trust you. And when that happens, what happens to leadership? When that happens, there will be common direction, there will be common alignment, and we'll be able to commit ourselves fully to leadership. And so the question here today is, okay, we belong to groups. We belong to organizations. We have businesses that we are running. And we have a team, because if you are pursuing a big goal, you must always have people on your team. Your master says that if you can actually realize your goal alone, you have underpriced yourself. If your goal is too easy to be achieved alone, it means God brought you to this world and you wasted your time. Because goals are supposed to be big enough that will make us to bring people to our team. When you have a dream that can be realized just by you alone, you have underpriced yourself. It means the potential that God deposited has not been put to use. And most of us here, all of us here are Christians, and we know very well, say, I have given you power, right? To do what? To do exceedingly abundantly, right? So that power is a power that you need people on your team. We actually need people on our team, and the people need to be committed to the growth process. Next slide. Now, there cannot be leaders without followers. Is it possible to be a leader where you don't have followers? When you have someone leading, there must be someone following. And I have told us this relationship is this leading and following is made possible by what relationship? It's made possible by it doesn't just happen. For me to make up my mind to follow you does not just happen. It has to do with what? Relationship. And there is something that is very important. Sometimes, we have employers, and employers feel that, they pay us salary allowances every month. They give us a paycheck, right? And because they give you paycheck, they don't know you have actually committed something very important. An employee commits what? Time, right? Talent, resources, and all of that. So he's bringing a lot of things to the table. And because he's bringing a lot of things to the table, and one of the most important things he's bringing to the table is time. You can make more money, but you cannot make more time. So in that relationship is the fact that both of them are important. The leader and the followers are important. And there's something that most of us don't pay attention to. At a point, or at every point, a leader is also a follower somewhere. Pastor, you are a follower somewhere. Oh, yes. right? And I was telling Yemi yesterday, I said, Joe Biden is also a follower somewhere. When he goes to church, he has to follow somebody. He's not a pastor. He's not the Reverend Father, right? He goes to Catholic Church. He's not the Reverend Father in the church. So at a place, he's a follower. So meaning that we can agree with ourselves that all leaders at one point or the other, a follower, right? The question is this. The way you are leading people, the way you are following people, will you want to be led like that? I mean, the way you are as a follower, will you want to be like that as a leader? The way you are as a leader, will you want to be like that as a follower? Because you are a leader somewhere and at the same time you are a follower. Pastor is responsible to someone, right? And many people are responsible to the pastor. How is your followership like? And how is your leadership like? Are you able to marry the two? Because the question is, in the Bible, it says, do to others what you want others to do to you, right? If all of us balance between following and leading, this world will become a wonderful place. We need to balance between following and leading. Very, very important. We need to balance between the way we lead our people and the way we are led. The way we lead our team. Because down the line, we are going to see why it is important for us to manage our team. Why? Because I've told you, if you have a dream that you can bring it to life alone, you have underpriced yourself. So the dreams we are supposed to have is supposed to be much bigger than who we are. And when the dream is bigger than you, you will need people on your team. You know, we were in Disney, we went there to study Disney, and we're now looking and say, wow, just one person's dream. One person's dream has given rise to what? Disney. A community on its own. A large community on its own. And that is a product of somebody's dream. We went to Harvard, and we discovered that John Harvard, who is now, the school is named after him. The school didn't start as Harvard. It was because of the fact that the man gave everything he had to the school that they decided to name it after him. That is why we have Harvard University. Now, I was in Palm Beach, and I went to Palm Beach University. And there is a man, a family, Rika. Rika's family. Rika gave to the school when he was alive, and generation after generation from the family are given to the school. And the question here is simple. What are you giving? What are you giving? What is your dream all about? Rika had a dream that, yes, the school is not my school, but my dream is to support the school to be okay, right? And it worked. Harvard said the school is not my school because at that point it was not his school, right? He knew it was not his school, but he decided to give everything he had to the school. So, and that is the power of dream. His dream is for us to have people educated. There is possibility to have something that is bigger than, Harvard University. Yes. There is that possibility. And that is why we need to dream big dreams. Next slide, please. Next one. Okay. So, as a leader, are you loved? Have we all agreed we are leaders here? Is there anybody here that is not a leader? If we are all leaders, are we loved? Are we honest in our leadership journey? Are we competent enough? Go back to what we discussed, skill. Are we acquiring the skill? Because what makes you relevant continuously is skill. Scale makes you relevant all the time. I'm sure our brother and sister that discuss business with us are not ready to rest. If I look at your development plan, you are learning new things, right? And I am learning new things every day. I'm learning new things every day. I am a leader somewhere, and I am a follower in another place. But I have made up my mind to give, attention to development, to growth. And we have to grow every day. And there are two things that are very critical in leadership that we don't pay attention to. Our ability to actually design the destination that we feel we need to get to. Remember, there may not be an absolute destination, because when we get there, we may need to change the goalpost. As a leader, when you set a goalpost, when you have more awareness, when you are more aware, you move it forward. Why? Because when you grow, your goal grows. As we are going to see later, career development is purely, personal growth. Career development is what? Personal growth. Anytime you grow, you increase your goal because you become self-aware. Now, what most of us were pursuing before we came to U.S., for those of us that came from, different parts of the world, before we came to U.S., what we were pursuing, is that what we are pursuing today? What happened? You became more self-aware, right? And now you have changed what? The goalpost. You have changed the goalpost. Why? Because you have increased your understanding, you have increased your skills, you have increased your knowledge. And that is why. And so the question here today is, okay, so where we want to go, the destination we want to go, the vision we have set for ourselves, this is where we are going. Are we able to inspire the people on our team to follow us? Because most time a leader sees, but others around him don't see. So it is the responsibility of the leader to what? To, inspire people to follow him. So are we able to see where we are going, and are we able to inspire people to follow us? And that is where communication comes in. Ability to communicate where we are seeing for people to follow us. So that is where inspiration comes in. Inspiration is very, very important. Next slide. Now, this is a book. This book is called Leadership Challenge. It's one of the best, books on leadership. And why it is the best is that it is based on practical, studies. The book was first written in 1987, and after 5 years, they review. And they do analysis they get, they do survey all over the world, and they try to bring in the result. And there is this leadership practices that I say, let me discuss with you. Cousins and Posner believe that a leader should be able to model the way. Now, if all of us have agreed that we are leaders, we should be ready to model the way. We are supposed to model the way by doing what? By setting examples. And we need to recognize small wins. Most people get discouraged when big wins don't come, not knowing that there is no specific moment where you will be able to know when the most important thing happens. And according to, from good to great, in his book, he says, when you are trying to turn the wheel, and you are turning the wheel, do you know when the most important miracle happens? He said, no. You will never know when you want to turn the wheel. How many of us are familiar with the wheel? In Nigeria, there is this, what is it called? Rider, right? That you will struggle to carry to turn it around the first time, the second time, the third time before the engine will peak. When you are turning that kind of wheel, you will never know when the most important miracle happens. And in our life, we don't know when the most important miracle happens. Because when you see the manifestation, it's not actually the time of the miracle. So, and that is why the small wins we record should be taken very seriously. We should pay attention to the small wins so that we can get encouraged. That will encourage us to do more. Small wins are very important. He also talked about the need for us to inspire a shared vision. Where are we going? How do we enlist people? How do we bring people on board? How do we challenge the existing status quo? Do we allow what we have done to continue? Or we need to look for new opportunities? Or we should be ready to take risk? And that is what Mr. Ben was talking about. Being open to taking risk, which is very, very important. And he's also talking about the fact that we need to enable others to act. We need to enable other people to act. And that is the power of leadership, influence. We need to influence other people to act. And we need to encourage the heart. The truth of the matter is that some of us try to be very careful. We try to be very careful. We try to avoid risk, and we are not vulnerable. The truth of the matter is that there is no safe place on earth. There is no safe place on earth. And so when we are coming, we need to come with our heart. And we need to be ready to be vulnerable. We need to be ready to be vulnerable. If we are not ready to be vulnerable, we may never marry because there are problems with marriages everywhere. If you are not ready to be vulnerable, you will not start any business. If you are not ready to be vulnerable, you will not lead because you don't want to make a mistake. If you are not ready to be vulnerable, you will not love because love is very risky. So we need to be vulnerable and we need to bring our heart. Bringing our heart is very important. We need to bring our heart. And somebody says, okay, so you don't want to trust people because you'll be disappointed. And what it means is that you are moving around every day not trusting everybody you meet, even when there are no serious reason for you not to trust them. As you say, what discipline means is that you are going to be moving around with, vices, right? Because mistrust is a vice. It now recommends that we are supposed to trust people. Why do we trust people? Because it's a virtue. He now asks a final question. He says, what if you are disappointed? He says, it's part of the price we pay for living a life of virtue. Is it not interesting? It's part of the price we pay for living a life of what? Virtue. We have to live a virtuous life. That is the price we pay. Give me the next slide. Yes, I've already spoken about this, and I've told you the need for us to have the right point, to be in the right place, and also have the right view. And the need for us to have the right lenses, the right philosophy, the right lenses. Now, how do we see? If you have a lens that you cannot look through very well, you won't see well. So do we have the right mindset? Do we have the right philosophy? Because Jim Rohn says that the philosophy determines everything. It determines everything. It determines whether we are ready to take risks or not. It determines whether we are ready to make progress or not. It determines whether we are ready to go out there to look for something to do by the side or not. It determines whether we are ready to even go out there to work. It determines whether we are even ready to bury our ego to make progress, because sometimes we need to bury our ego to make progress. So that is very key. Philosophy is very key. And I've told you, now there is this thing that I feel is overrated. Goal setting is very important. But the truth is that the goal you set is based on what you know, right? If I have never traveled outside Nigeria before, I will set a goal that is based on Nigerian standard. Isn't it? But because I've traveled to different places different countries of the world, I now have a new standard. Do you know that some people's goal is to own a house and have a car, right? And that is all. That is the goal that some people are working for. Let me finish paying my mortgage, own the house, get a car, and that is all. Why? Because of awareness. But when you now know who you are, when you get better, when you improve in knowledge, when your skill increases, you now discover that, wow, I can actually do this. Do I have so I have had this capacity over the years. I have had these potentials and I didn't know. And what happens? The goal changes. And you know what? goal setting is not the most important thing. Growth is the most important thing. Personal growth is the most important thing. And that is why all of us must be committed to growing every day. Because when we grow, every other thing follows. When we grow, we change goal. Your goal could probably be 6 figure. When you grow, you move it to 7 figure. When you do better again, 8 figures and all of that. And that is what we are supposed to do. John Maxwell was telling us a few days ago, and he said he didn't set out to write about 100 books. He didn't even know he was going to write up to 20. But he started with the first one. And the first one he wrote took him more than 1 year. And what happened? How many chapters? About 33. And one of them is 3 pages. He was running out of what to say. He said he ran out of what to say. And somebody came to him. He said, John Maxwell, I like your book. He said, the first time that somebody is coming to him to say they like the book. He said, okay, what makes you like the book? He said, they are written in very short. The chapters are very... So when I carry it, I read it, I drop it for the day, 3 pages. The following day, I move to another chapter, and he's interested. Say, wow. He didn't set out to write 100 books. I didn't really set out to have PhD. What I planned was, okay, accounting graduate, half, in Nigeria, half ICANN. I had ICANN. Okay. I said, what next? Let me just do masters. I did masters, and I met somebody. He said, there's a program you can do in UK. I did a program in UK. Okay. I met someone again. He said, you are in government, and I know you are not going to stay in government for a long time. Just use government to train yourself. And that was it. Most times, we may not set out to go somewhere, but when we grow, what happens? Doors begin to open. Doors begin to open. Next slide. Now, I have a story, and some of us are familiar with this story. You remember this guy, he was working in CNN as a host, and he traveled to France for a program, and he died in the hotel. Anthony Bourdain, at the age of 61. What was the cause of the death? He took his life. He was very successful, right? Based on our own estimation, based on our own calculation, he was very successful. But how is it possible for a successful person to take his own life? Meaning that success is actually questionable, right? It's questionable. And it's actually part of my discussion today. And the question is simple. What does success look like when we are there? When we get to 70 years, 80 years, 90 years, and we now turn back to look at the journey, what do you think will be seen as success? What do you think will make you happy? Do we normally think about that? Do we reflect about that as we move around with our career, pursuing things and all of that? What is, now you can see, as you can see, we have, okay, wealth, right? That is what most of us want, right? Money, plenty money in the account. Okay, growth, family, okay. Back in Africa, maybe 20 kids, right? Right. So, okay, so life, okay, what is abundance about? What is relationship? So most of us have different interpretation of what success look like. But let me ask you now, what do you want to have in the next 20 years? And you'll be happy that you are successful. Is it money in your account? Or what? Because most of us see having so much money as being successful. But I'm sure that guy had money. Anthony had money. He had interviewed almost all living presidents. He had met different presidents of the, he was famous. He met presidents, celebrities, actresses, actors, and all of that. He met them. He was popular. He could go anywhere. He could fly in private jets because he had the money. Do you know what? The Bible makes it very clear. It says, I wish above all things that you will prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospereth. That last part, soul, the engine of the body, is one of the things that leaders should be happy with. That when you look at how you have led people, your soul is at peace. Not when you die. It is not when you die they say, rest in peace. No, you are alive and your soul is at where? At peace. You look at how you have led the people. Oh, I have been this, I have been that, I have been governor in the state of Texas, I have been this, Secretary of State, right? And you now look back at the age of 90, you say, wow, I'm proud. Give me next slide. That is the most important dimension of success, peace of mind. So we are all leaders here, and we are talking about the need for us to grow, the need to be successful. But peace of mind is very important. See, Brian Tracy says, set peace of mind as your highest goal and organize your life around it. And the question we are asking is that, okay, when I turn back, the way I did business with my business partners, I'll be happy. The way I handled my family, I'll be happy. The way I did my work, the way I served in the ministry, I'll be happy. And the way I served, I didn't serve because the pastor was seeing me. I served because I needed to do what needed to be done. You know, the issue in the society is that we tend to do well when somebody is monitoring us. When pastor is coming or when your boss is coming in the office, you form being busy. Right? But what if nobody sees you and you are still doing the right thing? Don't you think that is the one you will be happy with? You know who you are. You have taken responsibility. You have seen that you are a leader, and a leader needs to do the right thing. And whether somebody is monitoring you or not, you do the right thing. And when you go home, you reflect on the day, and you are proud. You say, I have done my best. So if we don't get to the level where we try to find peace in us, we have not started doing anything. We have not started. Because I know you are in business, and you know that how you work with your partner is very key. And when you disappoint them, they will not trust you again. I've told us that when you disappoint people, it's difficult to be trusted again. Now, let's even assume that they will not know that you disappointed them. When you are reflecting as a Christian or as a person of integrity, as a person that has when you are reflecting on what you have done, will you be proud? Will you be at peace with yourself? Next. When you have done all that you need to do, and you are probably 50 years old, and you can no longer carry your body, how will you feel? Your body is the casing that carries the soul, right? So when the body is destroyed, what happens? They say you are dead, right? The soul will fly away, right? Or the spirit, they are together, right? It flies away because you have destroyed the body. To get rich, never risk your health. Because physical health is also wealth. That is where, what we eat comes in, exercise comes in, and all of that. Rest comes in, because life is continuous balancing. Balancing health, balancing, career, balancing pursuit of money, balancing business, balancing relationship. Give me the next slide. The next slide is what? Healthy relationship. Have you seen anybody that at a point they have made all the money. When they turn back, maybe you are a man or a woman, your spouse is not there. You don't even know where your kids are. Have you not seen that before? You turn back, you pick your phone. Maybe as a politician in Nigeria or some of these countries that they don't govern well. You carry your phone, you are calling your friends and they are not picking your call. Because number one, when you were in government, you didn't know them. Number two, when you were in government, you didn't do the right thing. What happens? In pursuing career and in pursuing wealth, we have done what? We have destroyed relationship. And do you know what happens? One of the evils of retirement is loneliness. And the recent statistics about American system is that 78% of the people are lonely. And that is why, even when in the country there is almost everything, you don't pray for light, right? You don't pray for light. You don't pray for most things that they pray for in Africa. But there are still some mental issues. Most of these issues are related to loneliness. They are related to loneliness. And so, for us to be truly happy at the age of 50, at the age of 60, at the age of 70, 80, when we turn back, we have not destroyed our key relationships. Our parents are still happy with us. Our spouse, kids are still happy with us. Don't you think that you'll be truly happy? Give me the next slide. And we also need money. We need to be financially free. And what is financial freedom? Getting to a level that you don't need to work again. If you want to work, you just want to work, not because you must work. Most of us here, what are we doing? We must work to do what? To stay afloat. How many of us here, we don't need to work again? In your master program, when they say that on my table, 2 persons stood up, I say, wow. I say, wow. We're 8 on that table too. And those guys, I didn't even pay attention to them. They say they don't need to work again. And I'm sure they are not lying. Because one wonderful thing about the society here, one wonderful thing I've seen here is that people try to be open. When you meet them, in less than 5 minutes, they tell you everything. And they are not lying. It's not like back there, in some countries of the world, somebody, if he's telling you, hey, run away, he said he's talking about. So, what are the key elements here? We are talking about peace of mind, right? We are talking about healthy body, healthy relationship with the people that matter. With the people that matter. Because, Brian Tracy says, if they tell you that you are going to die next week, your doctor tells you that you have just 1 week to live, what do? Are you going to pursue money? You try to amend or reconcile with those that matter to you, right? That is to tell us that we actually need to be intentional about our relationship on a daily basis. I say, Kai, I've not been calling Ben. Ben was nice to me when I went to, US. He took care of me. And I didn't remember him. Let me reconcile with him. I said, Ben, how are you doing? How is the family? Because I know I'm going to die next week. And that is the life we are supposed to live. Trying to connect with the people that matter. We don't need to be told that we are going to die next week before we remember our parents. We don't need to be told before we remember our loved ones, the people that have helped us. Relationship is very key. And we also need to work towards making money. Next slide. Now, the next one that I'm talking about, all the 4 points I have spoken about are about you, personal success. But do you know what? When we die, according to Rick Warren says there are 2 questions that will be asked as a Christian. He said, number 1 question is that what did you do with Jesus? Right? Did you accept him? He said that is number 1 question. Number 2 question, he said, what did you do with the purpose that you were given? You were sent to this earth not because of you, but because of others. that you were sent here to come and make other people's lives better. And that is what I call moving from success, from personal success to what? Significance. And as you can see there, that guy is taking people to the other side of life. And right now, how many persons are you helping to cross the mountain? To climb the mountain? How many? How many persons are you supporting to climb the ladder? How many persons are you giving success? How many persons are successful because you exist? If you are successful on your own, that is awesome, that is great. But how many persons are now becoming successful because of you? How many persons will say, wow, Shehu, you made me successful? How many persons will say, Pastor, because of what you did, I became successful? And so we have to move from personal success to where? To significance. And that is the highest level of success. Transferring success, building success, creating generational wealth, helping people to have peace of mind, helping people to be healthy, encouraging the soul, and making people to act. So if there is nobody right now, if there's nobody that will say, oh, I became successful because I met this man, it means we are just successful. We will not transfer success. So, and that is the level we need to get to. Give me the next slide. So, we have to lead ourselves first. The next question is, are you leadable? Are you able to lead yourself? Because if you don't lead yourself, you won't be able to lead your team. If you don't lead your team, you won't be able to achieve success before you even talk about significance. Because the toughest person to lead in this room is you. You leading yourself is the toughest. Taking accountability. Are you accountable? Are you a good follower? Next slide. And the need for us to build a team. Because no one gets to the top alone. And that is why, there's a popular saying that, the top is lonely. Why? Because people are not building people. People are not building people, and that is why the top is, feeling lonely. Next slide. And why are we losing important team members every day? We are losing them because we don't attach value to them. We are losing them because we are not trustworthy. We are losing them because we want our team members to grow, but we are not growing. If your team members outgrow you and they are not learning new things from you, they run away. You are giving instruction, and you are not better. Team members run away if you don't have security. Some people feel insecure, inferiority complex. These are some of the reasons that team members run away. Give me next slide. I have told you leadership is what? Continuous pedaling. You have to continue to pedal. It's like you are riding a bicycle. If you stop leading, you have stopped living. A leader builds trust, and a leader must sustain the trust. A leader builds trust, and a leader must sustain the trust, right? A leader must continue to pedal. And a leader, once in a while, will stop to attend to people because he has to be vulnerable. Next slide. This is the final part. Has anybody read Quantum Leap before? It's a very small book. Has anybody read it? Okay, so okay. I'm going to end my talk with this. Princess says, he said we have been trying. But what if we look at other options? What if we look at other options instead of trying to do the same thing? And in the book, he started with a story of how a fly was trying to fly through, a transparent glass. It was seen outside through the glass, but it couldn't penetrate. And opposite that glass is an open space. And in less than 10 seconds, the fly is out. But the fly continued to push, and he eventually died. 80-degree turn, he will be in the open air. But the fly died because it was pressing. It was using the same formula. And the lesson here is that what could give us massive success could just be, changing the option, not sticking to doing the same thing. And he say, quit trying harder. Think beyond what common sense will allow. In other words, try the unthinkable. Make your move before you are ready. Some of us want to be ready before we start. And you can never be ready. Can you ever be ready? And that is what we discussed during, in the last, discussion. He said, you can never be ready. You cannot have all the money. You cannot have all the preparation before you start. It is in the process that you learn. Even if you read, business management from undergraduate to postgraduate to master's to PhD, you don't know how to do business until you are on the field. So because you are never going to be ready. In fact, you may never perfect your readiness. He said, look inside for the opportunity. Be in the game. Are we ready to go into the game? Let's move into the game of trying something different, into the game of doing business, into the game of, doing extra stuff. And I tell you, when we come back other time, there will be testimonies to share. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for you, Coach Usman. Are you related to Kamaru Usman, the UFC fighter? I know it was. So some people are like, who is he talking about? He knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, thank you so much, sir. We're blessed by both of you. Seriously, I am serious. I'm so blessed. And now we're going to invite you guys to the stage because our audience, they have questions. So please, put your hands together for them. Our speakers, Ben, Mr. Femi, Usman, and Stella, please. Do we have enough mics for them? Please, guys, feel comfortable. We're going to bombard you with hard questions, though. Pass mark is above 50%, so be ready. All right, so let's see. I'm going to go ask the first question. So if you guys have other questions you want to ask, please shoot away. And this question will be open to all of you guys. Feel free to answer. It's not anybody in particular. So my first question would be, could you share a specific example of a business you successfully built from scratch? I know this is a hard question. A specific example of a business you built from scratch. What were the key challenges you faced, and how did you overcome them? Shoot away.
Very nice question. Okay. And thank you for being very authentic. Great, right? That's the name, right? Great?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great, yeah. For sharing with me how you underestimated me. I like it. I like being like David. It's David and Goliath. So I get that all the time, and I'm very comfortable with that. I think it will be my coaching business. Okay, so about 2017, I decided to evolve the business. I wanted to move it from local to global. And I started from scratch. Okay? No clients, no nothing. The first strategy I did, not one person responded. And so I went back. I took time to pray, to fast. I'm a person of faith. I went back to the one who gives the vision to ask him for direction how to go about running the business. And he told me what to do. And I applied those steps he gave me. I have a philosophy. I start with what I have. I don't borrow to do anything. I start with what I have. I've started every business I've done from my house with what I have, with who I know. And it's always that way. Where I am, what I have, who I know. And so I gradually scale. So where I am, my house, What are the resources I have that I can play with? The 5 loaves and the 2 fish. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the chosen here in the U.S. It's your job to give God the 5 loaves and the 2 fish. It's his business on how he multiplies it. So, my house, the resources I have, who I know. So I always start with the low-hanging fruit. Now, so for the global one, I decided to organize my first international training in the UK. And so I found out, okay, who do I know in the UK who will be willing to partner with me to do this? I reached out to them, and we began to plan the event, did all the social media thing and the rest, and traveled to the UK. Had several other meetings lined up where I was going to speak, but this was going to be my own event aside from the other events where I was invited to speak. We got there on the day of the event, the evening of the event. Just take a wild guess how many people showed up. She said 10? 1 person. Only 1 person showed up. Now, it was a free event, but if you wanted a certificate, you were meant to pay a certain amount. And so people had registered, and that's why, like this event, don't be discouraged, Reverb. People register for events that they are not going to pay for, and they don't show up because people pay attention to what they pay for. Okay, so people had registered and we were encouraged. We had seen the numbers coming, but we got there that day and only 1 person showed up. Was I discouraged? Yes. But I encouraged myself in the Lord. He said, and David encouraged himself. And I gave it my best. And that was just the beginning. I've had events in London where the room was filled up. But that first one, only 1 person showed up, apart from the other 2 people who helped me organize the event. And we were walking back home to the house in the UK that day and then just sharing our experience. And they were apologizing, I said, no problem, it's a good experience. So that's one business I started, but it's evolved. And now in the UK, I've done there, the UK, in Scotland, in the US here, I have clients. I've been in rooms where I'm the only black person. Done trainings for the top real estate companies in the US, done different trainings all around where you just wonder, how did I find myself in this place? And what's the secret? I tell people every dream will be tested. There will be delays, disappointments, discouragements, distractions, depression. I went through all the Ds. I call them the 7 Ds that confront any dream. But once you're sure that this is what you really want to do, just stay at it. Consistency. So when people ask me, what's your superpower? It's consistency. Doesn't sound like a very sexy word, but that's just my own superpower. Consistency. Okay. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. You guys can share your thoughts as well. The same question goes, what is a business you started from scratch, successfully built it, and what are the key challenges you faced, and how did you overcome it? Same thing. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so mine is, if you understand how things are done in Nigeria very well, if you are working in government, you are not officially allowed to have a company registered in your name. You are only allowed to, have a not-for-profit. So, and I told myself, this, pay may not take me home. The pay is supposed to take you home, but this pay may not take me home. So I started a business with my wife. Yes, it can be registered in your wife's name. We started a business in 2013, 14. We invested money, and the money disappeared. So we started another one immediately. We refused to give up. Started another one. That one, along the line, we were using a vehicle to do distribution. We woke up one day and the vehicle disappeared. so we had to go back again. That is another D. so we refused to give up because why I had to do this is the fact that at a point I discovered that if payment of salary was delayed for about 3 days, things were getting difficult, just 3 days. And I felt that I have all the certificates, I have some connections, and how will I be waiting for salary? And we had to go for another business, and that one is thriving. It's growing very well. And the truth of the matter is that in business, you will always be disappointed. And another dimension, again, is collaboration. Nothing stops me from collaborating with somebody. So right now, I have business collaboration with about 5 different persons. And the good part for me in that regard is you spread your risk because I'm not managing the business directly. You spread the risk. And one of my coaches back there in Nigeria says, it is better to get credit alert all the time, no matter how small, than to be getting debit alert. He said nobody is happy when there is a debit alert. When you receive debit, are you happy? Even when you give instruction. So some of these collaborations are giving me, I woke up today and I look at my phone and I saw something small, I smiled. So collaboration is very key. Collaboration is very key. Consistency, not giving up. Let's hang on there. And one day, the breakthrough will come.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Stella or Ben, feel free.
So let me please. Okay, so one of my businesses that I have, that I started on my own from the scratch. Fine, I won't say like I am the brand, is the shipping business. So I still partner under bigger companies. But what I faced is sometimes we don't have control of the packages. So when we ship for people come to me, not DHL. People harass me, call me, and especially when there's a delay in the package. So those are one of the things I face. I've even had to pay people from my pocket because the package didn't get there on time, and some of them didn't sell the money to me on time. So they held on to the money and said because they didn't get their package so time, they're not going to pay. So those are part of the
challenges.
challenges I face, especially with these shipping companies, because I am not really responsible for when it gets there. Yes, for when it gets there. But I can only give my word, and it doesn't happen frequently though. But it's a very big challenge for me.
Thank you so much, Miss Stella. There you go. That's a good one. Go ahead, Mr. Van. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm going to start with one of the business I started a few years ago. That's like, I think that was part of my first business in the US. So let me leave that one for Nigeria. So I started the BlackBerry stuff I told you guys about in the previous session. So I usually go out and buy phones and ship back home. Now, the first major purchase I made was, I was so excited that day, and I saw these cheap phones. I thought I'm going to make a lot of money out of it. So I purchased those phones, I think about 10 or so. So, and I packaged everything, sent them to Nigeria. So once it arrived in Nigeria, they called me that, what type of phone did you send? I said BlackBerry, of course. So unfortunately, the phones I purchased then was a CDMA. So it's CDMA phone, which means they don't use SIM card. Back in Nigeria, they only use phone that uses SIM card. So it was a very big loss for me, So, but my own is 3D. I was determined. I was devoted to it and dedicated to that cause.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I came back. So I came back, and since then I was so wise. Before I buy the phone, I have to check, does it use a SIM card or not, So I was more experienced in that area. Then, but one of the risks I faced then, I was sharing with Pastor and the other team, was that there was a particular phone I was trying to buy. So I saw it on Craigslist then. So it was very cheap, and so I decided to drive down there straight. So it was getting dark. So, but that day I was robbed. I was shot. So I had a bullet went through my body that day. Yeah, but I survived it. So, yeah. so, so, yeah. So, no, I never stopped. I didn't stop. I continued, but I was more careful. Then, if I'm to meet you, I meet you in an open space, Walmart or gas station and other places. So, and from then I got a lot of other phones. I make a lot of profits. There was a particular company that was closing. So I think it's a new company. They purchased a lot of BlackBerry phones. So, but after 2 months, they were closing and everything was almost new. So they just called, I called them and they said, hey, I can come over. And I got the phone and I made serious money on that particular deal. Yeah, so that's also one of the business. Then on the air cargo I was talking about too. We started it from our apartment. I grew the business. It was fine. Everything was good. A lot of risk sometimes, like Stella was mentioning. You're a friend with somebody, and if there's any delay, and it's logistics. You cannot predict. Anything can happen. It may not be here. Sometimes the problem we face is that you can tell somebody, hey, he's going to leave here and arrive Nigeria so day. But when it's going to come out from custom, you can't determine. So that's where the problem now comes in. Yeah, but I'm able to manage a lot of my customers, and I can tell you that from almost 10 years ago, there are some people that stopped shipping because Ben stopped that business. Because there was trust. They trusted me. I built that relationship with them. And also the car business. The car business, this is the peak. That was the peak of the business. So it was success, but perseverance for almost 9 years before I could get to that place. Then, I've ventured into a lot of things. We have an application we're developing. There was one I made. Actually, I actually specifically spent my money for that app for Nigeria government. But when it got there, it was free app, but they are all coming back. What's in for me? They really wanted to make something out of it. So I registered it. I gave EFCC, gave a lot of people. 2 years ago, I saw similar app that the same company I gave to replicated similar thing. I've done see something app for this. So a lot of stuff, not all the businesses are successful, but some are very good.
Thank you so much. All right, my questions are done. So I'll step out of the way. Now it's open to you guys. You have a question? Can I have a mic, please? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone can keep an eye on the YouTube platform for us, please. Just a heads up.
I didn't think that.
The question says, is business for everyone? I'm having a hard time knowing what business to start. I'm good with investing but starting and identifying a profitable business has been kind of tough. Can you share specific links or websites for different types of low-risk businesses for startups?
All right. Do you guys understand the question?
Yes,
okay.
I believe
Please,
I do understand for the question. So let me answer the first part first, then go to the other part. Business is not for everyone. All right? That's just the simple truth. Okay? Some people are more comfortable clocking in, clocking out, working for someone. And during my last presentation, I said something that if you're going to invest or start a business and you think that if you lose money in that business, it's going to affect you mentally, you are going to die. That's the same thing I use, the exact word I use. Then please don't go into it. Okay? So it means it's not for you. That's just it. Stay on the low side, There's nothing wrong in clocking in and clocking out, But we discussed the risk. The risk is that if you get fired, where do you start from? But it's America. You can depend on government's program, But if you're in another country whereby there's nothing, I'm telling you, you're going to suffer for it. So that's one. So then on sites, so like I mentioned also before, I have some list of sites I actually mentioned where you can go and start some low-risk business or businesses, So I was talking about liquidation sites, okay? liquidation.com. So I was discussing with the folks here on the stage that there are some. Do you know that? Okay, so have you ever wondered where all those returns? I know most of us buy clothes. You go to online, do shopping, and sometimes they come, it doesn't fit, it's torn, or there's a problem with it. So most time you return it, right? But do you know that it doesn't go straight back to the manufacturer, or it doesn't go back to Amazon? Let's assume Amazon. So a lot of the time, so what was estimated that I think about 15 million goods get returned every year in the US. 15 million or so. About $15 billion or so. I've forgotten the exact percentage. Now, the issue is that when you return those goods, okay, the logistics to send it back, sometimes they feel it's too expensive. So what they do is that 30% of those return item goes back to the dumpster or they burn it. That's what happened. Now, the reason why they burn them is that, okay, now you got a good or small package is coming all the way from California, okay? And later on you find out that it doesn't make sense. Now you want to return it. So you're not going to return it back to the manufacturer. So sometimes like Amazon, you have to return it to Kohl's or UPS or somewhere they ask you to drop it off. From there, they will package it, send it to another warehouse, okay? When you get to that warehouse, there's an algorithm that they use to sort out, okay, is this one damaged? Is it okay? Can we return it back? Can we repackage it? So a lot of times it takes time and money for them to do it. So what they do is that they destroy it, okay? They burn it. I'm telling you, US is very wasteful. Wasteful, just the same way they threw my burger the other time into the dumpster, you know? So now what people start doing is that they take advantage of that, those kind of businesses. So they take advantage of that and say, hey, instead of destroying it, hey, we can auction it. We are going to auction it. We make some money out of it. We give you parts. We keep some. Okay? So some people are making big money out of it. I've bought a lot of items from auction sites. I have a list of auction sites. So there's Bstock, okay? Bstock.com. You can go to liquidation.com. There's government deals. Now, you see, government deals are mostly on claim packages. Sometimes you go through TSA. You forget the phone. You forget the bag, or they see some things. They say, hey, this one cannot go through TSA. So most of the time, people don't come back to claim it. So they either destroy it or send it back to auction. Okay? So that's government side. There's second DPT. There's all surplus. There's bid FTA. So on bid FTA, I still make a purchase 2 days ago. So I'm always buying. And I was telling them, I have a property in Nigeria. We have a very large Airbnb, very luxurious with swimming pool and everything. Most of those, okay, Pastor stayed there, and Pastor, maybe Pastor will, how
testify,
was it, sir?
Yes, please.
Most beautiful experience.
Okay.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Free commercial. I'm telling you what this guy and his wife did in that. I told him their house here is not as fine as that Airbnb. And if you have been to their house here, you know it's a beautiful house, you know. And very accessible. It's right there, I think like less than 5 minutes drive to get on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Yeah. You want to go to Nigeria, go to Airbnb and look for them.
Thank you, Pastor. And our co-pastor can also attest to it. And so now most of the things there, we got it from this site, okay? Instead of buying, okay, so I got a fridge. Okay, let me just give you an example. There's a Samsung TV, a Samsung refrigerator with all those smart touch, the screen and other things. Do you know I got it for $400? It's almost, yes, Pastor, that's fridge. I have 2 fridges there. In fact, even the one in the US here, we bought it from auction site. Okay? You can never know. Now, what happened? It has some dents. They decided to return it. We bought it, make use of it. It's working perfectly okay. These are fridge of $3,000. Another thing. a lot of things, a lot of things we buy from there. So there are a lot of auction sites.
I was going to ask you, is it okay if we get that document and put it
Yes,
on the
I'm
church
actually going
platform?
to share it
Yes,
with the
please,
team,
sir.
with the team,
Fantastic.
yeah, and other stuff, so that other people can
Yes,
talk.
sir. Thank you
Yeah,
so
I'll
much,
share
sir.
it.
That's
Yeah.
a huge deal. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. All right. You guys have any other thoughts on that?
All right, so
Yes.
I was going to say something about the question on whether to work or whether it is compulsory to do business. So he has said it, say it's not compulsory. You don't need to work. And I think everything boils down to what you feel your purpose on earth is, right? And, there was something we were going to discuss, and we're going to say, okay, there is a study that talks about 10 major challenges facing humanity right now. And we're going to say that, if you solve problems, you get rewarded. If you are working for government pays you because you are helping government to solve problems. If you own not-for-profit, you are solving problem and you are entitled to salary, right? And if you are solving problem through paid services or goods, you also get rewarded. I think the most important thing is to know where you belong. Do you belong to government circle, or you belong to not-for-profit, or you belong to business? You understand? But I think ultimately it also, it's also important for us to look at the fact that it's always good for you to know what is within your control. You cannot employ yourself, right? If you feel that you are supposed to work for government or work for another person, you don't get yourself employed. Thank God that in US, the unemployment rate is low. But when you go to some locations around the world, developing countries where there are no jobs, you want to serve government, and government is not employing you, will you fold your arms? So if that happens, you will have to get yourself busy because you have to contribute to solving the problems that we face, in humanity, because we have issues about, looking at the 3 Ps, so you need to get profit, that is business, or you need to help in solving problems that relate to people or planet. There are a lot of climate, issues right now. If you want to solve problem through that, it could be paid employment, it could be, business, it could be not-for-profit. So I think the most important thing is for us to contribute our own quota to making humanity better. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You have
Okay,
something to
just
say? Please.
my own 2 cents on
Please,
that.
please.
I mean, our brother CJ, right, I think talked about cash flow. So the question I will ask the person is, what's your cash flow? But it's kind of contradictory what the person said. Should everybody start a business, but they're into investment?
They mentioned investment, yes.
So if you're already investing into what somebody else is doing, you're in business. And the person is working for you, but you're sharing the risk. So you might not need to start your own business. That's what Warren Buffett does, for God's sake. He has his hands in so many pies, and people are working for him. All he just finds out, okay, where is the future going? Where are the best investment? And he puts his money there, and he gets the return on his investment. So that's business too. So you don't have to open shop and do all of that, but you find someone who is doing it that you can invest and get your own return. Yes.
Fantastic. Neela has a question. Mike. Oh, CJ had some. Okay, hold on, Neela. Go ahead, CJ.
Sorry about that. I think my question is going to go mostly to Ben. I know you have multiple businesses that you have opened. So my question is, how do you structure your companies? Especially when you do have multiple businesses that don't really fall under the same category. Is it advisable to just do them as a DBA, or do you structure the LLCs differently, considering the tax benefits and the issues with the taxes and all that, and also the policies? Is it better to just have everything under the same LLC, or just put them differently?
Yeah, so, CJ, that's a very important question, and I've also, so sometimes I refer people back to the tax professionals, or consultant. So now my own business, I open it as an S Corp. So it's a corporation. So it's Broadcom Synergy Inc. Okay. Now Under it, I have some DBAs. Okay, so now the tax is structured is DBA. Okay, doing business as. Okay, so you can be doing business as Yinka. Okay, so that's DBA. Now, I just opened a new one, which is an LLC. Now, there's advantages to opening a business as an S corp and LLC. You know, sometimes it's because of the risk. You know, so when something happens, like the S corp. So S corp is tied to my personal income. So the money I made at working for somebody and everything. So by the end of the year, they gather everything together, file the tax for the company, bring it to my own personal income again, filing everything. You know, so, but when you're talking to a tax professional, they're going to advise you on what direction to go. So it's a little bit confusing, but most time it's better to talk to somebody there, and they will look at what type of business you're planning to do and advise you accordingly. So
thank you, sir. So you're saying we're talking about American businesses. So because of taxes in America, it's good to have an accountant that can structure it better for you.
Correct.
CJ, are you good?
Yes. Yeah.
Which is more advisable? I know you under the S corp you have like a single member, and also on the LLC. Is it advisable to? Is it advisable to open up an LLC as if you like? You probably have like 2 or 3 companies, or to put it on the S corp. I know the tax benefits are a little bit better for the S corp, considering how to write off.
Okay, so now I work with big corporations, okay? So I make money out of that. Now I have a business too. So I thought, okay, probably it will be advisable. Based on advice, okay, that, hey, why not still leave it under the S corp, okay? So that, because you pay sometimes, government here, they don't play with tax. You pay a lot, you know. So most time it's very easy for them to bring it into my S corp. So honestly, up to now, I'm not going to say this is the particular one you should go with. It's better to always consult someone. So, but if you're just starting, probably an LLC we do, okay, then you can open some DBAs under that LLC. Or you can start with the DBA, okay? So you can start with DBA, then later on, once you're growing, you begin to change the structure of the company. So that is what I'm going to advise you. Now, also another thing I found out, it depends on your future plan, okay? So, and this may be very important for those starting business. So when I started my business, okay, what I was advised, I was given the very wrong advice when I was trying to register it. I started as a DBA, is that they asked me to always file for loss, okay? And I'm telling you the advantages. So I was filing for loss. Each year, they say file for loss. I filed for loss. That because of tax, this thing, because I can get return. So, and it's a very stupid mentality, so to say. And the reason is that, each time, when you begin to depend on tax return, it's a problem. That, okay, each year you're just waiting for that tax return, 3,000, 4,000 that they will give you. You refuse to do any other thing, just waiting for. It's a poor man mentality, okay? I don't remember when last I depended on tax return. Each year, unfortunately, this government collects a lot from me. I don't like it, but I don't have choice. So I filed for the loss. Then there's a particular time we wanted to buy a property, okay? We've closed the deal. Everything was done, and then they now say, hey, we notice you have a business, okay? I say, yes, I do. Okay, can you bring in all the tax and every other thing? Then once I submitted that, they found out that for 3-4 years you've been filing loss, that you are a high-risk customer, okay? And because of that particular property, in fact, that's probably the reason why I didn't even go to property again, because they cancel it. Chase Bank, they say they cannot give me because I'm a high-risk customer, okay? And then I talked to someone, my friend, I say, hey, even if it's $1, file again that you made profit. That is going to help you if you really want to expand your business. It's going to help you in the future, because they will look at your books and say, hey, this guy has been losing every time, so why should we entrust our money with him? So please take note of that. I know a lot of people advise you, file loss. But if you don't want to grow, you can keep filing loss. But if you have a very big future or hope with your business in the U.S., file this thing. All right?
Man, fantastic. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Pastor wants to say something? It's powerful.
There are many people in prison because of tax. So, if you are doing business or you plan to do business, don't cut corners when it comes to taxes. Even though I don't have any business currently, I think 2000, since 2006, I've not filed my tax by myself. I get a CPA to do it for me. Because 2006, we started a business, my wife and I, and in fact, at the time, I had a tax attorney that was doing my tax, that did the taxes for us. So the guy was now telling me about commingling and this personal income and this business income and what do you call that thing? Something deduction, for, the deductibles, something you can say, okay, business expense. At that point, I said, this is crazy. This is crazy. From that time, 2006 to date, I pay for tax services. I pay about $300-400, depending. So if you are getting W-2, you don't need anybody to file taxes for you. But once you have money coming in, you're on dangerous ground. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I'm telling you the truth. You are collecting money from people, you're making profit. The problem becomes if that person is trying to claim something based on money they paid to you and you didn't report. I'm not a lawyer, okay? I'm just a humble pastor. But if they make a claim against money paid to you and it's traced back to you, you can be gotten for tax evasion. And I know, in our community, people find ways to go around. You are not going around anything until the day of reckoning. They keep very good records. So I beseech you by the mercies of God, please, if you are transacting business, you are collecting money from people, it can always come back.
Thank you so much. Every day is for the thief, but one day is for the owner. So, yep. Nila. Go ahead, Nila.
I have a question, or I would say situation, and that's on leadership. So in my current role, I'm a lead, and I had one of my coworkers working with me, and we have a SOP that everyone's followed, and I communicate that with whoever's working with me because I don't want to go into a meeting with a client and then I'm embarrassed. And I hate embarrassment because they'll call you on the spot. So I met with two of them. So I told them, I was like, hey, there were some documents that were uploaded. It's a long story, but I'll cut it short. There were a couple of documents that were uploaded. You might want to take a look at this so it can help you before you get into this assessments the assessment with the clients, because if you're asking questions that are not related, they're just going to say, hey, why are you assessing my system when you have no idea what we do? So we went to the meeting. They actually started saying something completely different. I had to ping them on the side, say this, say that. Long story short, after we do everything, we do have a final package. And that's the most important package that the client needs to submit in order to have their business running with the government. So I gave this person 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I was done. I'm like, hey, I need your questions. I need this. Wasn't trying to give it to me, giving me the runaround. So I kind of noticed that this person doesn't he's a male, and maybe he just didn't like me telling him what to do. But I mean, it's your job. You should know what to do. So I kind of started getting scared because at the end of the day, he's not going to be in trouble. It's going to be on me because I'm the lead, that's my system, and I'm responsible. So I got really tired because this is 3 weeks, going on 3 weeks. And I reached out to the manager. I was like, hey, this is what's going on. If you can step in. The manager is the male. And he reached out to him and said exactly what I said. And eventually I got what I was supposed to get. And then he reached out, the person working with under me sent me an email telling me what to do. I need you to send me constant reminder. I need you to do this. I need you to, like, he literally gave me a step by step. He numbered everything down. And I went back in our chat and I took a screenshot of all of our conversation. I listed everything and I said, I'm very sorry. I'm not here to micromanage you. This is what I did. But if you're having problem keeping up with your schedule, this is what I do. I set my alarm. So I gave him all the step by step. So my question is, did I do something wrong, or what could I have done better? Because I just kept trying to figure out what did I do wrong, because, I really try to help this person.
So would this be Coach Tim or Coach Femi?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay, Coach Tim, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I think you did the right thing. And, one of the key elements in a workplace environment is the fact that you communicate well. And, communication brings clarity to what is expected of your team members. So you communicated well, and I believe that, the person was aware of what he was supposed to do. But another thing I will add is the fact that you need to probably review your KPIs, because, I believe that we should have our evaluation system in a way that the person will know when he's doing well or not. For instance, okay, you are expected to deliver this on Monday, you are expected to deliver this on Wednesday, you have your checklist, right? When you engage the person is actually supposed to mark himself, and he should know what he has scored. So we need to make our KPI system very transparent, and we also need to improve our communication. And in your system, you know how it works. If you have done all this, I'm sure you've done the right thing. Thank you.
And for those who don't know what KPI is a key performance indicator, right? Yeah. Okay, so do you guys have any other questions? Okay. From the online? Okay, please read it out for us.
Okay,
Thank you, sir, by the way, Coach Tim.
another question is, do you have any advice for starting a nonprofit?
Anybody can answer?
Yes, anybody can answer.
Well,
go
for
ahead,
me,
Coach Femi,
the first thing is, because I have a registered nonprofit, the first thing is, what's the motive? I think that's where the problem is when people start a nonprofit. When the motive is wrong, things will eventually go wrong. Okay, so that's where it starts. What is the motive? You get a clear motive. I think every other thing, there are laws and procedures that will guide you on how to run the nonprofit. For example, here in the U.S., not that you're trying to evade taxes, and that's why I said, getting back to the issue of, why are you starting the nonprofit? What's the motive? But there has to be a clear-cut cause that you're trying to address within society, the world. Yes.
It's more along the lines of missions and things like that.
Okay, fine.
Like international? Okay.
Good. So, if it's around that, know who your target audience is and know where they are, because you can't reach the whole world. You're going to start from somewhere. Who is the target audience? Where are they? What are their needs? Because one thing I notice for people who do a lot of missions, they assume a lot of things. And I'll tell you a quick story of a gentleman who went to his people. When he got into government, he wanted to use his position in government to bring change to his community. And he said he wanted to take light to them. There was no electricity in that village. But at the last minute, he decided to have a conversation with them. And they said, we don't need light. What we need is water. And that's what happens a lot of times in policies that are designed in government. They don't bring the stakeholders before they try to design those policies and execute them. So Find out who the target audience is, where are they, bring them to the table and talk with them on what their needs are and how their needs can be met. They need to be involved in the process so that they have a sense of dignity. You're not coming as God with handouts. It's changed the way missions are done now, I can tell you. Yes. Okay.
Can I answer? Do we have another one? Yes. Okay, go ahead. A follow up.
It's from a different individual.
Okay.
Okay. How do you push someone who never wants to lead, and you know he or she has the potential for it? And what could be the cause of someone not wanting to?
Fantastic question. Go ahead.
Coach Tim.
Okay, so, most times it's actually abnormal for somebody to not want to do something. Right? It's abnormal for somebody not to want to do something. And some reasons could be adduced for that. And one of the things is that some people do not have a clear understanding of what they are actually supposed to do. And, when you go deep, you will understand that there are some people that are not execution people. Because we have execution people, we have ideation people. There are some people, somebody could have studied accounting or law, but what is actually meant to do is to think about how things should be done in the next 50 years so that companies can begin to roll out new products. If you put that person on execution, he won't be able to get results. We know different personality traits of people. You put somebody that is not a social person as a receptionist, he won't be able to deliver. Somebody that is supposed to be in the back room, you are making him a front desk person, it doesn't work. So number one is to understand what the person is wired to do. Number two, there is possibility that the person needs to go for more training. It's possible he doesn't know how to work. And number three is there is possibility that he needs some level of inspiration or motivation. He needs to be inspired to deliver. Because it's possible he doesn't actually have, understanding of what the organization is out to do. I know earlier on I was telling you about the fact that we need to have the same cause. We need to have understanding of, where we are going. When some people know where we are going, when some people are properly carried along, when there is proper communication, people get convinced about what we need to pursue, and all of us begin to run together. And I think we'll be able to. Otherwise, nobody actually comes to work to come and stay and not do anything, So.
Let me just add something to that. A 5-step process that our common mentor taught us. One is mentorship or coaching, and how it works. There are 5 stages. So you do it, and the person is with you watching you do it. You have to carry people along. So you do it, and they are watching you do it. That's step 1. Step 2 is that they do it with you. All you're trying to do is just to build confidence, their self-confidence. So step 2, they do it with you. Step 3, they do it, but you're there to support them in the process and give them the encouragement, the motivation, and the likes. Step 4 is that they do it alone. A lot of times we push people to step 4 without step 1. Then step 5 is they teach somebody else to do it. So it always starts from that step. You do it and they are there watching you. Okay, so I want you to do this because I have confidence in you. I can see the potential in you. Okay, eyes on me. Just watch how I do this. And you give them proximity, access to you and your space. And step 2, you involve them in the process. You're doing it, but they have some input here and there. Step 3, they are doing it, but you're there to support them. No, not like this. Remember what I told you and the rest. Step 4, you release them to go and do it. And they will make mistakes, but they can come back with the feedback and the rest. And step 5, they train somebody else to do it. Once they follow these 5 steps, it doesn't matter what you're trying to train someone to do. They will have the confidence to do it with competence.
I'm going to add something to that because what you said is so powerful. In the Igbo culture, we have where, I don't know if you guys heard this word, boy, and the master would have a boy live with him for 7 years in the marketplace, go to the market and trade with him. And then after 7 years, he releases him pays him some amount of money to start his own, and then he can do the same thing. So it's a great principle. And he's actually Jewish, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
And that principle, I think I learned that it's been incorporated into Harvard business model now.
Look at that. Thank you so much. We have another question. Praise, go ahead.
Okay, this time it's actually my question. My question is, how do you fuse business and leadership together? In the sense of, like, the business that I talked about earlier, I started it in college. It came about as kind of like the business model that you were just talking about. My mom used to do our hair, and so I used to watch her do our hair, and I learned how to do it. Fast forward to college, I started sewing hair as far as wigs and making it. That's what people started wearing the most of. And it's just kind of like, it's so saturated though, because there are a whole lot of people that do hair, braids, all of that stuff. But that's the skill that I know how to market the most. And that's the skill that I use to make money in that regards. But it's looking left and right. Everybody knows how to make hair now. Everyone knows how to do this. Everyone knows how to do that. So how do I become a leader in that kind of business if I want to develop it, if that makes sense? I don't know if that...
Let's have Stella answer that one, and then anyone can answer. I want Stella to have an input. She's the only lady on the stage. Go ahead, Stella, please.
I don't even know.
I caught you off guard.
Yeah, you got me on the wrong guard. But what I want to say is, you have your own customers. Even if everywhere is saturated, you will still have your own customers. There will be something unique about you that people will still want to come to you. Just like the way I sell eyelashes. Before you go to 1, 2, 3 stores, it's everywhere. You can see it everywhere. But it's just my brand, and mine is unique. And the way my packaging and everything, I still have my customers regardless. So I feel I don't think you should feel like it's saturated. Still go ahead and do what you're doing. And you will still have people come to you.
Go ahead, Mr. Ben. Thank you, Stella. He wants to add something.
Let me add more to that. So, like I mentioned the other time about this tomato and other stuff. Okay? So now you are educated, right? You went to school. So now things are changing every day. That's it. So now you have to change too. Okay? If you need to repackage what you're doing, repackage it. If you need to do much advert, social media and other things, make yourself stand out. That's it. That's what will allow you to be able to compete. Because every day people are now making hair, but believe me, there are different styles of hair coming up every day. Yeah, so that's it. So just make yourself unique. Give yourself a brand. You have to brand yourself and stand out there. If not, you will just find yourself living in a world that no longer exists. That's the truth.
Thank you so much. I have something to add to that. There's this businessman I follow. His name is Alex Hormozi. I don't know if anybody knows him. He makes about $100 million a year, casually. My guy's like, do 3 things. 1, do 1 thing. 2, do it better. 3, do it longer. That's it. And that's so hard for me. I like to do everything, man. So my problem would be focusing on 1 thing. I could do it better, but I do everything else, so it will take away from it. So in terms of, he's talking about in terms of competition, right? There will always be competition and everything, but if the one who does it better and does it longer than everybody else, they will still win. Who else? You or Nila, hold on, I'm coming. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Another question. How do you help someone with inferiority complex? What could be the cause of it? Are there books you can recommend to combat inferiority complex, especially in starting a business and leadership?
Anyone can answer. Ben, go ahead if you have anything. Coach Tim.
Okay, so, inferiority complex, for me, the number 1 cause of the complex is lack of self-awareness, right? I am not aware of who I am, and that is why I feel I am not complete enough, right? Inferiority means you don't feel you are complete, right? But the truth of the matter is that there is nobody that is not complete. And there is nobody that is perfect. You know, it may look paradoxical, right? But the truth of the matter is that we are not perfect because we need to grow every day. We are complete because we have what it takes to be successful, right? So if I know I have what it takes to be successful, but I need to sharpen my axe, you know, if we continue with the discussion, we have gotten to a level where we say continuous sharpening of axe. So we are complete because we have all that it takes, but we are not perfect because we need to sharpen our axe on a daily basis. And that is, you know, upskilling, that is, you know, learning, that is listening, that is receiving feedback and getting better. So if you know that you have all it takes, but you need to get better on a daily basis, I don't think there is need to feel inferior. And you also understand the fact that, you know, everything, most things in life are in stages. So I am at this level today, tomorrow I'm going to be on another level, and you are ready to work towards it. And I have told you that, you know, career success is simply, you know, development, personal development. You develop yourself because you cannot have a better output if the input remains the same, right? So you give more on the input side, the output gets better, right? And that is life for you. So for me, when you know who you are and you are continuously working on yourself, things will start looking better.
So I'm going to add to that, and it's very important I talk about this. Okay, see, this complex issue, okay, a lot of we immigrants, okay, we usually have it, okay. Now, sometimes I'm discussing with my kids, and, you know, they tell me, hey, Daddy, that's not how you say it. You can't speak English. And I'll say, I have money. I'm giving you this thing. So that's what I tell them. And sometimes you even ask them to spell what they pronounce, and they can't spell it. You know, so you always have that in this society. But one thing I found out is that, so don't make yourself irrelevant or don't relegate yourself. Okay, so when I started when our business went global, okay, we are now meeting different people. You know, that's when I even knew that, hey, we speak good English in Nigeria. Honestly.
Honestly, we do.
So, yeah, so I've spoken with a lot of people, Chinese, Mexican, Cubans, Italians. When I mean different, I've interacted with a lot of people. And I'm able to communicate very well. Some people will call me immediately and say, hey, I don't speak English. I will tell you, me too, I don't speak. Let's just do, you know. But at the end of the day,
businessman.
At the end of the day, we're able to transact. We speak money. And I'm telling you, everybody understands the language of money.
Yes, sir.
That's it. So don't feel complex about anything. In fact, I think I read this. The first full disclosure is that, see, I may make some mistake in my speech. You hear some grammatical error and other thing. Don't feel bad about it, and I apologize on behalf if you feel bad. So English is not my first language. I speak English, I speak Hausa fluently, I speak Yoruba, so multilingual, but if you ask them, most of them one language. They can't speak any other thing. So don't feel inferior about anywhere you find yourself. At workplace, I have so some of them don't even go to school, okay? But they're able to communicate, they've been there for long. I went to school, I have my master's, I have all the certification. I'm able to deliver the job you're giving to me. I finish it complete it. I have all the professional thing, I pass it, so why should I feel inferior to you? So if you talk to me, I talk to you. If you're respectful, I'm respectful, you know? So please, whatever you do, whatever career you find yourself, in business, don't feel inferior at all. Stand strong and tall out there, all right?
Thank you, sir. Man, that deserves a round of applause. So, CJ, and then...
I think I have another question. Funding. When it comes to young businesses or upcoming businesses, are there like programs out there or, you know, assistance or anything? How do we get funding if you need funding? Is there like a place you can look into for things like that?
Yes, exactly. There are a lot of places that offer grants and small business loans, okay? Now, what I told you, so I keep going back to what I said, okay, because if you're starting a business, it depends. Is it side hustle or business? Sometimes start with your own money. All right? So when you're comfortable with that side also and you want to move to the next stage of going into full-time business, then there are a lot of government institutions that actually give out loans or grants, you know. Now, the first advice I'm going to tell you is this: build your credit. All right? If you have a very good credit, you can get any kind of funding in this country. Make sure your credit is good. If you are owing before, try to settle it. Okay? This affected me several years ago. Though so there was this credit card I had, and so I forgot what happened, and they called me, and I said, no, it's not my fault, I'm not going to pay it. They reached out to me several times, this. I said, no, I'm not going to pay it. Whatever you want to do, do it. Okay? I never knew that there's a record in this country. All right? So I was applying for a clearance, okay, with the government. And after several years, they brought it back. Remember social time? I say when? They brought out the record, the date and everything, that you refuse to pay this particular money. All right? You need to go back and settle it, you know? So that's when I knew that, okay, this country is very good to keep up, you know, but in essence, what I'm saying is this: when you have a very good credit score, okay, you get loan at a discounted rate. So you may go for loan. Another option, okay, that I advise immigrants, okay, that's why it's always good to come together, is that there's this thrift that some people do. I don't know if it's legal or not, you know, but it's between between you yourself, between community of friends. And I know a lot of other communities, apart from Africans, they also do it. So I have several I'm doing. Some are $1,000 every 2 weeks. Some, Susu, yeah. Some are 200 every week or one every month. You know, you come collectively, give somebody that particular money, and the person can start a business or loan. Wow. That one's interest-free. Wow. Nothing. So all you need to do is start returning it back. You know, it's very profitable. I've done a lot of good things with it. You know, so you may look at other options too. So
thank you so much, sir. You want to add
just
something?
not on his own. The previous question, we didn't answer a part of the question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
On the books to help you with self-esteem.
Yes, sir.
I think the first book I recommend is the Bible, if you're listening to me. Okay. It will just transform the way you see yourself. The second is The Power of Positive Thinking, Norman Vincent Peale. Okay, so if you can get those two books and go through them, you know, it will transform. Because usually it has nothing to do a lot of times with the way people see you. It's how you see yourself. Okay. You know, so if you can read those books, it will change the way you see you in the mirror. Yeah.
Would you recommend Think and Grow Rich? Or not?
Think and Grow Rich too. Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay, sorry. I have another list here that The Mindset, The New Psychology of Success by Carol Dweck is very important. It talks about growth mindset and fixed mindset.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Mindset by Carol Dweck.
Carol Dweck. Okay.
D-W-E-K.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Just a suggestion. All these books that have been mentioned, I think it would be nice for the organizers. You get the information from them and add it to.
Thank you, sir. All right. Go ahead, Priscilla. You have a question.
So this question goes out to all the panelists. I'm curious, what has been your drive or motivation career-wise all these years?
Go ahead. Stella, you want to start? What's been your motivation and drive all these years?
What's been my drive? God. God has been my drive. You know, coming into this country, and you know, when you first come in, the weight that is on you, you have to go to school, you have to fund yourself, and at the end of the day, you see yourself like, am I really going to do? Is this really going to work? And you know, finishing my program in general and God being by my side has been my motivation. And I told God, for the fact that I'm here in this country, I will make it. Thank you.
Well, for me, close to what Stella shared, I mean, all I'm doing today I had a clear picture of it from 1996. So that's when I received what I call my calling to work in the leadership space. And one of the ways that you know it is just something that doesn't leave you. There's a difference between inspiration and motivation. Inspiration is something from within. Motivation is something from without. It's outside. It's somebody pushing you, while inspiration is something that is pulling you from the inside. So I've tried to let it go. I've worked in corporate, private sector, all the rest, but there's just this thing that is on the inside that I knew in 1996. This is a calling. It's beyond a career. So I've moved from career to calling. So what I do is a calling, and it just keeps pulling me from the inside. And I think that's where the strength is from, the drive is from, that just keeps, it's something beyond me, because it's not about me. It's about the people I'm serving with the dream that God has placed on the inside of me. So for me, that's what it is. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, Coach. So I've always believed that we need to make our society better. And the only way we can make it better is for us to become better, right? And so anytime you make attempt to acquire a skill, go for another academic program and all of that, you are actually making yourself better. And, most of us here are from Africa, and we understand very well that if our leaders before now were better, the country would have been better, right? Because the truth is that you cannot give what you don't have. So if we cannot give what we don't have, what now happens? We have to get more. We have to get more ready. We have to get more prepared. And earlier in my life, I came across the fact that, you don't just get lucky, right? So when opportunity meets preparation, so we have to always get prepared so that when opportunity clicks, we become, successful. So that has been the major driver. Plus the fact that one of the most important things that the world deserves right now is better leaders. And all of us here can become better leaders so that when an opportunity comes, we'll be able to lead well, because everybody deserves to be led well. Everybody deserves to be led well. Everybody you meet in your environment, in the family, everywhere you go, in the business space, they want you to be a better person. And the only way you can be a better person is to grow daily, is to ask more questions, is to listen, right? So that has been my major inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So family is what actually drives me. I value family, and I love God. Okay, so I'm not an SU, I'm not, but, but when it comes to the thing of God, I get motivated and to help humanity, so I lost my mom, I think the same year we moved to the U.S., okay? So she's a businesswoman, okay? But unfortunately, when she was supposed to start eating the fruit of her womb, so, we lost her. But, she tried a lot, she did a lot for us, okay? So each time so my mom is someone that when she travels, she buys something, she first distributes it to the children around the neighborhood before giving us, So she's really passionate about God. And so those are some of the factors that actually drives me. And I know that I'm an immigrant here in the U.S. And I tell everybody, and my plan is to go back to Nigeria, to retire, so that's what me and my wife always said, that there's no place like home, believe me. So those things that, okay, when I go back, will I have something over there? So I need to work hard here. I know we're just passing through this country, and yeah, those are some of the drives.
Thank you so much. So before we continue, though, the way we're gonna do it next, we're trying to summarize it so you guys can go home and have your Saturday. So the next question, we'll just have one of the panel members answer it, okay? And then we'll go from there. Just one of them so that we can wrap it up for you guys. Go ahead, Pastor, please.
Okay, so please let's put our hands together for our panelists. You know, I kind of cringe to say this, you know, so if you disagree, don't throw rocks at me. It's just my opinion. I think this is probably one of the best events we have hosted this year. You know, and I want to say thank you to all the panelists. And the Okonlawon, the only woman amongst them. Stella, God bless you. Thank you very much. Odeyemi, team, Ben, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing so transparently and very openly. Stella went as far as giving us numbers, how much. I'm like, that's trade secret. You know, so thank you very much. And some of you may not know this, but Wale is back there. Wale is the one that helped us bring these wonderful people together. So thank you very much, Wale. And as you know, Wale is a coach, and he's a leadership expert, you know. So having said that, and I'm going to apologize. I'm going to have to run shortly. I have an appointment. You know, 3 hours that I want you to remember. We have talked about 12 Ds. So I have 3 hours for you. First R, research. Second R, research. Third R, research. I think one of the challenges we have, you know, they say you want to hide something from a black man, put it in a book, because he's never going to open it to read it. You know, we don't like to do the hard work. That's why those schemes will be very successful amongst us, because you just want quick money. You know, there's nothing that has been said today that came easy to any of them. You know, our 2 guest speakers, they remind me of Wale a lot. You know, and I think it's a Maxwell thing. You know, each of them, as they are speaking, today they've mentioned at least 10 books. What does that tell you? They read. They read a lot. You know, if you're going to be successful, I don't care what it is. Either you go to school, go get an education, that's reading. Research. You know, you want to start a new business, you have to investigate. You have to research. Whatever you do, you must research. How many of us here can spare $40 a month? $40. It might not come easy, but you can spare $40. Raise your hand now. Okay. So I'm glad we can spare $40. I'm not saying give me $40. Well, if $40 everybody put together, that would be a good sum of money. You know, but here's the thing. And I'm sure this is not the only one. It's just the one that I know. There's a website. Later on, you can look at it. It's called A Cloud Guru. A Cloud Guru. A Cloud Guru, for a $37 subscription every month, you can get trained in many of the fields that was shown to us as future skills. You know, I've lost count of certifications. You know, personally, I do it just to learn. Just to learn. Most employers today are looking for what they call T-shaped workers. People that they're an expert in one area, but they have knowledge in several areas. You know, one person that amazes me a lot is Shehu. And he shared his testimony. He's a petroleum engineer by training. He was laid off during COVID, 1 month after getting married. And between himself and his wife, they agreed that he's going to go expand his knowledge. He started doing all kinds of certification, and thanks to Ben took him under his wing, and helped him. I mean, that guy has, he's crazy knowledgeable. I turned to him for so many things. I called him during the week, and as he was explaining solutions to me, I said, is this part of Splunk, or is this part of cybersecurity? Where did you learn this? He said, Pastor, Google. We are not lazy. But some people are lazy. Some people it's hard work to be successful. Success does not come cheap. Success is not cheap. Success is not easy. You read stories of people that make hundreds of millions of dollars a year. And all you see is the money. You don't think about the process. So get educated. Next month, I'm starting a cybersecurity class, 6 months. Paid $12,000. But I regret it because I could have gotten it so much cheaper. He said he would teach me, all of that is just to do Sec Plus, not necessary, But what I'm saying is swim. The S is skills. It's skills. Some of us have skills that are either obsolete or will become obsolete. You need to get new skills. I was telling them earlier, I took the PMP certification. Somebody said, why? You are already, Scrum Master, SPC, all of these things. I said I did it just because I want to have knowledge of what the other side is. And somebody else is aspiring to do that. And she was like, whoa, you just did it just because. I said, that's correct. I paid out of pocket for it. And to the glory of God, took the exam, I passed. You must, Dr. Tim told us, and Wale, I believe Wale has said that many times in the past, don't be goal-oriented, be growth-focused. Be growth-focused. Seek to grow every day. Just from a conversation with somebody I was trying to help, I took 2 classes yesterday to learn about the question he was asking me, to have more knowledge. Seek to learn. I think it was my brother Odeyemi that said, it might be, the list of things you want to stop to do. Instead of watching 2 episodes of that thing that you always watch, maybe watch 1. And the hour you're saving, learn something new. There are tons of classes that Google offers, free. To be a business analyst, Google has some of them are not free, maybe $14 on Google. The conclusion of all of this is skill. Some of us need to retool. I don't know, whatever it is you need to do, doing nothing is not an option. Thank you.
Just real quick, I just want to crave our indulgence. Pastor has to step out. We just want him to take picture with the discussants real quick. They will take it and they will go back. We just have a few more questions to go and we'll round up. Please, can we celebrate them as they take a picture with Pastor? Who's taking the pictures? Is it a Samsung or an iPhone? Maybe we should take one with a Samsung and then take one with an iPhone. And that way we compare.
We compare. Okay. Please take as many as possible so that, as many as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. We appreciate it. We just have a few more questions to go, and then I think we'll round up from there. Thank you very much. Who's taking the next question? It's Esther. Thank you, Pastor. We love you. Go ahead, Esther.
Okay. Good afternoon. So, I hope you don't mind. I do have 2 questions. I'm a person who likes to ask questions. Okay, so for my first question, what made you realize this is your true calling, not just a money-making adventure? I feel like in our community, especially in the Nigerian African community, we tend to be like, you can turn this hobby into money. You can be making money. Join IT is good money. Everything is money. But it's just like, how did you know it was a true calling? Because that's when it becomes more than just money. That becomes generational wealth. That becomes impacting lives. And that becomes, fulfilling purpose.
All right. Very good question, Esther. That's my first daughter's name. And it sounds like a question she would ask also.
Awesome.
She's full of questions. We call her questionnaire. If I wanted to make money, I would have stuck with what I was doing, because I had a structured job with a guaranteed salary. Okay, so I left the security of what was sure to go into the ocean of uncertainty in pursuing a calling. Every calling is full of uncertainty. But like what I think it was Ben who said earlier on, there's no job security anywhere. So that's to answer the question that it wasn't about the money. Okay, if I was looking for the money, I would have been getting a salary. Okay, but I left the shores of job security to pursue a calling full of uncertainty in something that, wasn't, you had not proved it. You just had a calling in the heart, sensing that God was asking you to do something, to go take a step of faith. And I think for those of us who are people of faith, there are several things. One, he talked about awareness. Is it based on your strengths? So, communication is something that comes easy to me now. Even though I used to be a stammerer, I struggled with ADHD, dyslexia, so many learning disabilities. But God showed up, and what was a disability, with time, I just saw myself operating with it as a strength. Okay, so the strength, do you have the strength? Then the opportunities. Opportunities began to show up. People inviting you, come and do this, come and do that. Okay, really? And the next one was that people were even willing to pay me to do it. Okay, the first time I got paid for public speaking, I was, okay, really? Okay. That's not why I did it. I just did it because I love to do it, and I sensed God was asking me to inspire people. I wrote something the other day that public speaking is all about inspiring people with principles and philosophies. So you have an understanding of certain principles and philosophies, and you stand before people, and you can inspire them or motivate them to go ahead and do things. Hopefully, with all you've heard today, you're inspired to go and do something. Like they say here in the U.S., to go and charge hell with a water pistol. But you stand up to do something. So, like I said, how do you know it's your calling? It's part of your strength. You're not operating from a place of weakness. No matter how many degrees you get in an area of weakness, the best you will be is average. You can't go from good to great. So you need to find out what your strengths are, and then you can begin to certify those strengths with various qualifications. Then what are the opportunities that are coming your way on a daily basis? For me, the opportunities presently for me now, they're more than what I can handle. And so you have to say no to a lot of opportunities that come. But also, it can't pay your bills. If not, it's not sustainable. It's a hobby. Okay, so the income aspect of it, the Bible says in all labor there is what? There's profit. So it's not wrong to want to make profit from what you do. There should be profit. If not, it's not going to be sustainable at the end of the day. So people are willing to pay you. Then you can now scale eventually once you've addressed those things. So for me, that's my own part of the story, knowing that I didn't go into it for money. It was a calling because I just sensed he was asking me to go into it. And I followed him. It hasn't been a bed of roses. Like I told you, my 7 Ds. And thank God they've added some Ds. So I'm living here with more Ds.
5 more.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
They said they wanted one person per question, right?
Unless you can just speed it up for us so that she
you
asks
know,
them
for
next
him,
one. Go ahead.
He was a pastor before, so he actually heard from God. But for me, I didn't hear from God directly. But one thing I noticed was in my year 2, in the university, I was just, one of my female lecturers called me, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm in the hostel." "Okay, come down." I went to town. And when I met her, she was shedding tears. And she narrated, the issue that was on hand. And in less than 5 minutes, I was able to calm her down. I said, wow. And each time I spend time with my peers, I discovered that they get inspired. There was a time I was talking to a group of persons. I traveled home. We started together, but because of, the fact that you pursue growth, talk to them. When I returned 3 months later, 2 of them said they had already started doing something. They had already started businesses, right? And they were even begging me that we need to formalize this arrangement so that you will come and be talking to us all the time. There is something I normally tell my wife, and I became a chartered accountant, like equivalent of CPA in 2010. And I've always told my wife that if I wanted to take care of my family, being a CPA is more than enough. You understand? CPA, Masters, Accounting in Nigeria, in UK, PhD. I mean, I'm supposed to stick to accounting. But the truth of the matter is that, they need to, make Africa better. It's getting more serious every day. And so we cannot stick to, I cannot stick to accounting and be making money without thinking of how to make impact. So I believe that we need to prepare ourselves to make impact when the opportunities present themselves. And the opportunities can come in different ways. And ultimately, what we are driving towards should be impact, influence, and income. Impact, influence, and income.
So we should measure the desire with those.
Exactly.
Okay.
You need income because I cannot go and meet my wife and say, "I'm sorry, there is nothing for this month. We need to pay bills." So all of us will always pay bills. And that is why the third leg, income, is very important. And naturally, when you solve problem, you must be rewarded. It's natural.
Yes, sir.
In any way you are solving problem, working in government, working in not-for-profit, or or doing a business, or partnering, and all of that, you will always be rewarded because anybody that solves problem, and the bigger the problem you solve, the more the reward you will get. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have a second question real quick? Hold on.
Okay.
Wrap it up.
Okay.
Sorry,
So,
I'm not pushing you, but I'm trying to get us to go.
okay, so my second question was, what kind of exposure and experience can I go through that can help me find, like, A, where I belong in the business world, like you guys were mentioning, and B, what kind of business I should pursue? Because you said that that's very important, knowing whether you're the executioner or the one that comes up with the ideas, and many other things that you mentioned, stuff like that.
Yeah, we can have one of you answer, and sorry, I don't mean to rush you guys, okay?
So, Esther, can you repeat your question again?
What kind of exposure and experience can I go through that can help me find, A, where I belong in the business world, and B, what kind of business I should pursue?
Okay, so I'm going to start with the second part of the question, that what type of business you should pursue. So sometimes you need to try your hands on different things. okay, and find out which one you're actually doing well, or which one you think you'll be stronger to handle. Okay, so I don't know your strength. I don't know what you like doing most. So until you sit down with someone and they're able to identify which area you're going to do better, before I can say, okay, try this. Okay, but what I normally tell people is this, and I keep repeating it. Okay, whatever business you're going to do that you think if you fail the first time is going to affect you mentally or psychologically, then you can try your hands on it. So a lot of us here or in the crowd, a lot of people try different businesses. You know, you may fail in one and be successful in another. So I have different places I've put my hands in. You know, some turn out to be very good, some struggling, some I just have to drop them by the roadside. Okay, so I'm going to share some side business, side hustle with the group. Okay, so whichever one you can look through it, whichever one you find interesting, then if you need to call any of the folks here on stage, they'll be able to put you through more and explain it to you.
Awesome.
All right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Later we'll have all that for you.
Does that answer your question, or
the part two?
One of them. Okay, so the part two is
the first one is the challenges you said, right?
Okay, exposure. Well, the exposure is just, you don't really need much rather than just talking to people that are already into that business. You know, it's always good to talk to someone that has done that business before. Okay, so sometimes you may go online, you get a lot of resources there, but I'm telling you that online may not tell you the full risk in that business. So it's better to talk to someone, talk to someone that is doing that same business or has done a similar business before. They will tell you what is in the business. So I told you a lot about our businesses. So what you fail to ask, or what most people fail to ask, is what are the risks? Right. What did you encounter along the way? Okay, how are you able to solve it? So, but experience, they say, is the best teacher. So once you talk to somebody experienced in that field, I'm telling you, if you follow it, you'll never go wrong. All right?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just one more comment. You know, the truth of the matter is that, you know, Brian Tracy will always say that we need to try many things as early as possible. And why are we doing that? We need to fail early, fail fast, and fail forward.
Yes, sir.
You know, how do I know you are a good communicator when you have never spoken? How do I know you are an IT person if you have never seen even laptop? You've never seen a laptop before. How do we know you are good in IT? How do we know you are, you know, a good medical doctor if you have not been? So it's always good for us to try as many things as possible while we are young. Right. By so doing, you will know the areas you belong, because you have to try early, fail early, because failure is part of the equation.
Yes.
Before you get successful, you will always fail. Nobody gets successful without failing. And another thing I want to say here is that I think we're actually lucky to have wonderful people in our midst. And this kind of program is something that we need to improve on. I think we need to improve on more of this, you know, gathering, more of this collaboration, even with, you know, the wonderful people in your midst, right? So this is a program that I think you have to do more, maybe in a smaller setting. In a smaller setting, yeah. We can group ourselves.
We have a group for that.
Yeah, So I think we need to, and I'm sure, you know, wonderful things will happen because there are wonderful people here. Thank you
so much. I appreciate it. All right. Our next question.
All right. Can you hear me? All right. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your impeccable resume. My question goes directly to the organizer and Brother Ben. Do we have anybody with legal experience about intellectual rights in the church or within the group?
Within our community?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, the question is, do we have to bother about intellectual?
Do we have like an individual in the church?
Okay. So
like a legal practitioner or something?
That has to do with the intellectual right, branding of idea, something like that.
So I'm not sure.
Are you a recommendation?
Okay, so the first question is that I'm not sure
if we have someone like a proper, so they call it intellectual property attorney. Yeah, so I'm not sure if we have anyone in this church, but I can ask around. You know, so but there was a particular time I was trying to do like a copyright protect for one of my intellectual property. So I have to go online, make some research, and I found out that it takes a longer time, you know. So when you first submit, if you have an idea, okay, and you first submit it for the, I forgot their name. So I think there's this conditional approval they first give for 1 year. So like, let's assume you want to develop like a software or something unique. First you go online and see if it doesn't exist before. Then you file, there's a filing you do with the government. Okay, so, and they're going to give you like a 1 year conditional right. So conditional means that there's a condition attached to it. If nobody comes up with a similar intellectual property, then after some time, then they give you unconditional. Right. So, but I'm going to ask around if there's anyone. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, but whatever idea you have, always keep it first to yourself. Okay, so sometimes you see a lot of startup out there. They'll say, if you have an idea, bring it. Believe me, once you give it to them, they'll tell you they are no longer interested, and they go back
and use it
and use the same thing. And now, quickly, I'll jump back to Esther, the question you asked the other time too. So one thing I discussed. So I told my daughter Eniola, I told her, hey, I'm not going to give you any money I'm not going to save anything towards your college tuition. I told her. Recently, we told her, call your uncle, okay, which is my younger brother. He does the same car business and other thing. You have some money that people have been giving you all this while. Send it to him to invest it for you. She's small. That proceed from that investment, that's what you use to buy your car and go to college. Okay? So I think it's a very good idea. Maybe we should start teaching that too.
Right.
Okay? So the other time I told you I don't really save money in the bank. Immediately I have it, I put it somewhere. I reinvest it into business. So if we can start, so that's why the side hustle thing we're talking about little by little, it may solve some things. It pays my bill completely when I started it. So that's another area I want people to also look into and see whatever they can invest now.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, I know you did,
To Ben?
Yes,
Okay.
to Mr. Ben. I know you did mention earlier you need to work on your credit score. What do you think is a good recommended credit score for your business?
Anything above 700. Okay. Anything above 700 is a very good credit score that will give you a lot of opportunity to get loan at a cheaper interest rate. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
All right. Question?
Anyone can answer, and thank you guys for coming. I had a question. How do you get to the point where leadership or mentors or whoever is in any position of influence in your sphere of industry, how do you get to the point where they notice you and appreciate your value? I work in IT, cybersecurity. I've worked in corporate America for over a decade. And one of the things I see a lot is professional jealousy, where management takes to one person and discards the other. I've been fortunate and unfortunate of being on both sides of it, so I know how it feels like to be taken in and then to be left out. So how do you advise that anyone in any field gets in the taken in crowd and not the left out crowd?
I love that question. Is that TJ or?
Yes, TG.
Okay, great.
My name is Thank God, but I go by T.
Thank God. You know, when I shared that my journey began in 1996 to what I'm doing today, the first thing I did, and it wasn't just me, it was me and a friend of mine who co-founded a leadership organization in 1996 in the city of Lagos. We wrote down the list of people that we wanted to mentor us, and we wrote letters to them, sharing what our vision was and telling them we wanted them to mentor us. Not one of them was willing to see us. So right from then, I knew that there was a disconnect between established and emerging leaders, and it hasn't changed much till today. And that's one of the reasons why I personally operate an open door policy, because I knew what I went through when I was rising up, and so that's why I give a lot of access to emerging leaders who are coming behind me. But how do we get noticed? One is an issue of, it's just timing. Two is going the extra mile. I mean, if you go the extra mile in all that you do, with time you will get noticed. Because most people in any space just go the first mile. They never do more than what is expected of them with the right attitude. And so for every place where I've worked, it's always going the extra mile with the right attitude that has won me a place at the table, and a seat at the table and a voice at the table. Go the extra mile, with the right attitude. It's just a matter of time, because 99% of people don't go the extra mile. And when they do, it's the wrong attitude and the wrong motive. They begin to complain. And if they don't notice you, you haven't lost anything, because you built your competency. You built your resume, as it were, as someone who has got things done, and things like that. But with time, the other one I said is interaction. Take yourself to places where they meet. If you have a boss who doesn't notice you in the office and attends a private golf club, pay to go to that golf. You wonder, what's this guy doing over here? But you paid money for membership and you're hanging out with his friends. You're playing tennis, you're playing golf with them because you actually paid to be in the space. That's one thing a lot of people don't realize. I paid to be in spaces where naturally I would not have access to if I was waiting for an invitation. So sometimes, if you don't get an invitation, buy a ticket to the place. I hope I've answered your question. At least that's, for me, that's what I do.
All right, good afternoon. Please, I just want to ask, I think you've mentioned some of these things, but just to be very sure, how do you stay constantly motivated, and how do you get yourself going when you are not motivated? Like, how do you stay consistent?
Okay, so fine. When you're doing business, it's not every day. It's not rosy. Like it's not rosy every time. Well, like the business that I do, I provide services. So how I stay constantly motivated is because I enjoy providing service to people. So that alone motivates me to keep going. On the bad days, I take a break, but I still go back because that is what I love to do. So, yeah, the purpose of the business keeps you motivated. And if you enjoy what you're doing, you keep going back, even on bad days, after bad days. Thank you.
So to add to what Esther just mentioned, Stella. Okay, yeah, my mom is also Esther. So yeah, so you see the motivation. If you have your own business, believe me, you'll be motivated every day. Okay. Now, let me tell you the truth. Okay, I work in an IT industry too. I've been doing it for more than a decade. I'm doing well in that field. But you see, despite I don't do much work, honestly, from Friday evening, I'm already thinking about Monday morning work. You understand? So, but you see my own business, I stay late in the night, wake up early in the morning to just provide that service. I'm always happy doing it. I work, when I go for vacation and everything is working vacation, I'm trying to support people. So those things motivate you, when you're growing a business. Okay, so having your own that you can call, this is my business. Believe me, you'll be motivated.
Thank you, sir. We have another question. How do you separate business and familiarity? Like, how do you know when to put your foot down when it comes to like your family, friends, your family members, and like your business endeavors?
Thanks for bringing up that question. It's very important, okay? And I've said it several times. I forgot who I was talking to in this church. There was a particular time he told me he was rendering a service. And I said, come. See, church is different. I tell people, if you want a service from me, you're going to pay. If I want to give you a discount because you're a church member, I'll give you that discount. But I'm not going to do it for free. Most time I tell people, take away church from business. Okay? So if you really want to be successful, because you see, a lot of people will try to take advantage that because you're a church member, you should get this. No. If you don't make it, the same church member will say, hey, he failed in this business. So separate family from business. Separate sentiment from business. Okay, don't make it about family or church. Business is business. That's why they call it business. They didn't call it Sunday school. Okay, so always stay focused, always be respectful, but let them know that this is business. The business has to grow, and you have to put your foot on the ground. Okay, so those are two different things. Just make sure you separate both of them.
Okay, so in addition to that, the only time you may actually need to render free service is probably when you want to navigate find your way into the system. There is a concept we call free to fee, right? So if I want you to know that I have the ability to handle this, I can come and do it for you for free first, and thereafter, when you know my worth, I can start giving you invoice to pay me. So that one, in professional service delivery, we use it a lot because you don't know me, you don't trust me. So I can come and render the first service to you, and when you are convinced I have the capacity, you cannot pay me later. So that one is free to fee model. So, thank you.
So my question is, what is your experience? What's your experience with investing in stock market or investing in somebody's business as your side hustle?
So I've never gone into this stock market, though I know people that do stock business. So, but I myself, I've never done any stock. Now, investing into others' business, yeah, it's a good thing. It's just like crowdsourcing. I call it crowdsourcing. People come up with a new idea. You look at the vision. You look at where they're going, and if you see any potential in it, there's nothing wrong in investing in it. You always want to be like an early investor. Okay, Amazon, all of them, Facebook, they all have investors. So it's good if you can look at, but make sure that there's a clearly defined goal and you know where they're going. So take little risk. Spread it around, minimize your risk. It's good.
Okay, so in addition to that, investing in the stock market is good. But most time you actually need to do a lot of research. You need to study the market. And one of the ways you can do that is to engage a stockbroker, because you may not know the right time to buy and the right time to sell, right? A stockbroker knows when to buy the stock and hold. The same stockbroker knows when he can buy, he can buy today, can buy stock today and sell it next week. You can buy today and hold it for 2 months based on the dynamics in the market. So if you don't take time to study the system very well, you could make losses. But if you use a professional, it's always, you could make money. And, investing in a business that is growing, the credibility of the person and the sector the business belongs to, and other factors will convince you whether to, invest or not. Back home, I have 2 friends that are investing in their business because they are credible to me based on my own personal assessment. So I believe they are credible, and so when I have extra fund, I give it to them, and, I get returns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we just celebrate our panelists today? We've learned so much from the panelists today. Each of you have brought a unique perspective, understanding, and wisdom, and we are so, so grateful. Our pastor is unavoidably he has an appointment today at about 3 o'clock, and I just want to say thank you to him in absentia, because this whole workshop or program was an idea pitched by Wale, and Pastor just embraced it. So let's celebrate Wale for coming up with this idea. And we are leveraging on his relationship and goodwill with Mr. Deyemi and Dr. Usman. So, Wale, thank you for maintaining good graces with them. And thank you, sirs, for coming. We really love you guys. We believe that this will be the beginning of an ongoing, fruitful partnership, which is very evident from the time that we've had and we spent with you. I want to thank Ben. I want to thank Stella. Thank you very much. I didn't even know there's a business of eyelashes. You know, women, I mean, you guys are just so wonderful. So we just want to thank God. And we just trust God that your business will continue to grow in leaps and bounds. We want to thank the Reverb team from our leader, Yinka. Come on, let's give it up for Yinka. Nanila, Rose, where is Towing, and everybody put in. Austin, let's celebrate Austin. You know, the technical people, you know, Saturday is usually some day where you have a lot of stuff you didn't fix on during the week and you leave to Saturday, but everybody has gone. And thank God for every one of us that came. Thank you for coming. You got the invitations and the summons and you chose to come. I do believe that you have eked out some value from being here today. You've learned something, and like one of the discussants said to the panelists said today, it's not just what you learn, it's what you apply immediately. So we need to get on the application board and do that immediately. So one more time, thank you very much. We celebrate you guys. Your trip back to Nigeria, we just wish you Godspeed, safety. We don't want to go to Nigeria, but those of you who are strong enough to still be in Nigeria, we consider you the real heroes, and we celebrate you. Thank you for your tenacity, for still hanging in there. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. So can we just share the grace together, and then we'll be done. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God our Father, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. In Jesus' name, amen. God bless you. See you tomorrow in church for service. Go home and rest, and we'll catch with you tomorrow. Yes, unless you, I'll send it as a soft copy. That would be great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. No, sure. So, drama, we have pardon us for our sins.